Optimum is being very optimum today. So I apologize in advance for the scuffed connection, but hello, it's a me. It's a barely awake me. How's everyone doing? Good to see all of you. Hope you're having a wonderful, yeah, it is the weekend. I'm correct. Wonderful weekend thus far. Hey, Priz, Mr. David Bowling, anyone else who's lurking about? Good to see ya. We want to do a playthrough siding with the goblins. I have two going already to third is untenable. Yeah, there's a bunch of decisions I want to see the alternative outcome of. Games making you good at second guessing what you could have done differently. I tried to cheese a thing in the Underdark to save a character from a cutscene death, but the game accounts for it. Um. Yeah. Anyway. How you doing, Prime Poo? So more remnant stuff today. I was doing Spore Bloom stuff. Today I want to try to do some Alpha Omega stuff. I want to use Alpha Omega, maybe some of the standard long guns I haven't touched. Yes, Pris. Yes. I managed to get it, but I didn't save the character I thought I was saving. Um, yeah, very in-depth game. Come on, Remedy, you can do it. It was hell for me. I badly needed a long rest. Had an open quest preventing it. Yeah, I kept getting like it warns you once if you long rest. It's like you can't do that again or you fail this quest. I was like, okay. Um so what I eventually did was I started Eldritch blasting things into lava and I just retried until Karlach stopped missing. She gets like 3 to 4 attacks around, so it's just like bonk, 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 bonk. That one's dead. Move on. What was I doing in here? Oh yeah. This is where my game crashed. Right. Some of my favorite summer lines are gold. Her lines are great. Yeah. Something that's amused me is how unexpectedly wholesome a lot of the party members get, like when it comes to each other. Like if one of them's going through some shit, the ones you wouldn't expect to come to their defense are like, that's bullshit that they're going through that. I'm like, wait, you care? Ow. Those are tough. The way it links to BG1 and BG2, how you liking that? I like the confirmation of the timeline.
Shit.
They're like, oh, this character did this many years ago, to tell you how long ago the other games were. That was thoughtful. I'm also very glad that I remained spoiler free, because I was not aware that that character would be there, and I was like, oh, that's cool. This is an awkward enemy type to deal with this gun. Okay.
Well, at least that's over.
I should be on World's Edge. Forgot to switch back over from the Deceit build.
Oh.
Not thrilled about this, especially because, you know, I was complaining about the weaker version of this. Thick Skin Vicious. Thick Skin's annoying. What did that? Okay. Hey, Rich, how you doing? Very greedy there. With the Ring X survival mode, me too. That would be so sick. Survival was a lot of fun. I kind of forgot about that attack, to be honest. Attention span moment. Happy Saturday, Axel. Ah, damn it. I shot when I should have dodged. That was not bad for a first attempt. Let me do my hardcore run for that pulse rifle. Oh yeah, I gotta do hardcore as well. Maybe we do that today. Kind of forgot about it. Overestimated my range. Bad choices on my part there.
Carry any more of that.
Well, a very tanky boss. Thick skin is definitely affecting me here, because crits are kind of a big part of how I plan on doing damage in this setup, but slow and steady. If you not have an attention span moment, I'm lose a good attempt again. No, why did I do that? Why did I do that? I need you to attack at an angle where I can expose your weak spot. This is painful otherwise. What, mate? Huh. Thick skin makes that guy take for fucking ever. Holy shit.
Bag's full. Oh yeah!
Godfall, just never played it. Good game. Good game.
Oh yeah!
Okay, just heard bad reviews. If you decided not to play every game that got bad reviews, you wouldn't play any game. They all get it. Remember when people gave God of War Ragnarok zeros because they were trying to sabotage it for Game of the Year votes? Remember how every single PlayStation exclusive gets criticized for reusing animations from a previous entry in the series, despite them having no reason to redo animations? If you paid attention to every scrap of negativity when it comes to a game you have an actual interest in trying, you'd never try anything. Just trapping a fire whirlwind loop. Let's go. Diablo heard really bad reviews about that. Um, I think Diablo 4 is a worse Diablo game than both Diablo 3 and Diablo 2. Depending on what you're looking for, you can get some enjoyment in it, but it wore thin for me very quickly. As someone who put thousands into both 2 and 3. I could barely stomach 100 in 4. I think they'll start releasing DLC for this, or they might add crossplay. No idea. We have no real way of knowing. I mean, the game's only been out for 2 weeks officially. You know, there was the early access window, but I didn't play during that. The game's been out for 2 weeks. They're 2 patches deep. They're still solving some core issues. But I imagine once the game is in a state where fewer people are whipping out their pitchforks over minor things, we might get some hints as to DLC timeline. If I think of it from like a business perspective, then it's likely we get a November DLC. Late October into November makes a lot of sense. Just because during the holiday season, if you're doing anything in gaming space, you want to keep your name in people's mouths. People's wallets are looser. Can I get the soul sparks? Do that. DLC is supposed to come out over a year, so 3 months later. Planned release over the period of a year. Like on paper, that could mean, yeah, one every 4 months. But in practice, well, the DLCs could be of varying sizes. There could be one that's very close to completion and 2 that aren't. They could bunch them all up and be like, okay, here's the fall one, and here's the date for the winter one. And then, you know, here's the 3rd one, end of winter, just because we felt like it. You know, we have no way of knowing. I'm in no rush, because clearly there's enough game here to get significant hours out of it. And that's something I do want to, like, encourage. When you consume a new game, get the value out of it before determining there's not enough game there. Now, there's definitely some games where there's just not enough there. Example of one that I think really fits this well, because people immediately started thinking, okay, well, maybe DLC will fix this. Then the game never got DLCs. The Resident Evil 3 remake. What game is there is good. It's just, there's very little game there. You're like an experienced RE player, you blast through the game in, like, 2 hours casually, not even speedrunning, casually. Uh, and then there's nothing else to do.
Is it over?
But with Remnant 2, there's enough in-baked replay value that I'm not chomping at the bit for DLC yet, you know? Thinking about buying Baldur's Gate 3 and never played or watched D&D. It is very, mechanically complex if you don't have,
Here they come.
like, a baseline knowledge of some D&D stuff. Like, it's weird, but I almost recommended playing 1 and 2, which is not really a good idea, because the mechanics are different, but it does just get you in the mentality of, okay, turn-based stuff. What kinds of vibes and tone am I expecting from this world? It gets some characters' names in your head, it gets some aspects of the setting in your head. Alright, now that I don't need this anymore, I keep getting this tile. But yeah, like on the reverse side of a recommendation to play 1 and 2, Baldur's Gate 1 is literally 25 years old. It is a little bit dated in gameplay. Just a little bit. Now, they did a remaster, like an enhanced edition, like 2014 or something. That helps, but it's still a very old feeling game. And 2 isn't much better about that. I'm a nerd with zero D&D knowledge. There's a lot that's confusing at a glance. Doesn't stop me from taking Tactician from the start. Yeah, that's you. That's just how you are. Yeah, I want to finish out this adventure with the Spore Bloom setup. Because I want to see how this performs against Alt Talratha.
Alright, let's do this.
I should also check side dungeons, see if I get Astropath's Respite. As Navigator's Amulet. I want that back. I derusted it, but I want the original back. Since I'm here. There's something above the entrance to Aeon Vault. Just investigating. I was there a few times, didn't find anything. No, I just for navigation purposes. This is the closest thing I can think of. So like, if you get the Shahala Narud storyline, the custodian will tell you how to find him, and they'll tell you, hey, white orb above my building. They kind of do that for a couple of things in Narud. It's hard to tell through all the fog, but you can tell where the entrance to the Talratha arena is from a distance. You can tell where the custodian is from a distance. That's what I was referring to. Finally found the tile for the sword. Died 3 times jumping up there. Had to take your advice and wait a bit before jumping on the platform. Yeah. If you jump too soon, fall damage. If you jump too late, then it's too high up. Yeah. Guess I can check to see what this is. Yeah, Eden Vault is the second overworld, Custodians in the first. Yeah, separate things, but relevant to the topic. The equivalent is in Remnant 1 on Corsus, you could see, based on the towers, you could see what side dungeons you got in Swamps of Corsus.
Wow. What is this place?
Fall damage didn't kill me, rolled off the first 2 times, and the 3rd time character took so long to get back and control the, it lifted me all the way up and dropped me off. Ah, you got killed by the skybox. Yeah, that happened to me on a couple of... The recovery animation on rolls is really annoying. I gotta say, I do not like it. I wish I could opt out of it. I would rather take a hard fall animation sometimes and just get control back sooner. Didn't go well. Consider flopping on the platform instead of using Bright Steel. That's a good idea. I never thought of that. Flopping for platforming to have more control over your landing spot, that's pretty smart. No. Where'd you come from?
That's it. Here we go.
Not having any stam sources and trying to use World's Edge. Pain. I didn't realize those things had a weak spot. I just never looked closely enough before. It's like center mass, that's so forgiving. Use Garro's trick to get the Alchemist's armor. The one was kind of an accident. Was trying to find the flooded secret sewers. Mistook the Alchemist exit with the exit for the flooded area. Monkey's never grabbed me in sewers anyway, so I don't have that armor. Very nice. Yeah, if you have the tile, or like the armor being there, then somewhere in the map there's a grate where one of the wolf monkey things will grab you. But I believe it's still random which one. So if you don't feel like checking every single one, then yeah. Kind of like how, the amulet behind the bird on Geisha, you could go somewhere else, listen for the bird to leave, and then check again. Or you could just wormhole. Supposed to fight something up there. Is it an aberration? Up where? Didn't know Bandit consumed a bullet from reserves. Yeah, that's what I was asking. If it makes a bullet or moves one.
Shit.
When I was asking about that yesterday, day before. Up where Alchemist armor is. No, there's no aberration there. Because a lot of effects that put a free bullet in your mag, it's not actually free. It moves one. Which I suppose is something they did to give refunder value, or they realized it worked that way and then made refunder. Melee Mutator gives ammo is crazy. When I found it blew my mind. Yeah, I'm working on leveling that right now. At a 5-second cooldown, it's quite valuable. At 10, hard to justify, but at 5, that's real nice. Bulletstorm Enigma. It's funny.
That was rough.
Cass keeps everything you sell, but Brabus doesn't. You can sell materials to him and disappear. Yeah, there was a dedicated vendor in the first game where people took advantage of that to sell their items to other players indirectly. Like, if you had a bunch of simulacrum and someone in your group didn't, people would sell to, the lady who has iron and stuff, kind of like how Cass does in this game. Then have someone else just buy it.
All right, come and get some.
Don't sell anything into Reggie that he sells to you gets deleted from his inventory. I haven't found how to restore it. Ah, that's... Like, if you buy a ring from Reggie and then sell that ring to Reggie, he just doesn't have it anymore. I would never sell a ring, but good to know that that's a thing that happens. Not rings his consumables? Oh, well, meh. He had infinite of his consumables. Or he's supposed to. Oh, if you sell him one of his grenades, he can't buy anymore. Oh, so if you sell it to him, despite him having infinite, he just doesn't stock the item anymore. That's weird. Yeah, that's definitely something I'd want to see addressed. So many of these elite spawns today.
Well, at least that's over.
Abomination has a plasma cutter bug. I reported 4 bugs. Abomination plasma cutter bug, then the Reggie thing. All enemies with grenades in their hands are also bugs. Let's see the explosion, but I didn't report that. That might be graphical stuff, which I feel like is a little less serious. Handler Snap can be used infinitely. Hey, it's Ghost. What class am I using? I'm currently Invader Gunslinger. I was just doing an experiment yesterday with using Misty Step Dodge and Wormhole with Spore Bloom to feel like I was cool. Gonna be experimenting with other stuff today, but it's finishing out the adventure I was on when my game crashed and then started patching, so I had to stream early yesterday. Well, not early, but before I'd intended to. Good combo. Yeah. Gunslinger and or a hunter plus anything kind of makes guns ridiculous, but Invader adds some flavor. Makes me feel a little less bad overusing it, and I'm not doing like damage rates. I have range, reload speed, Black Cat, I'm Coward, and then the Misty combo. Just kind of because I thought it'd be neat, and also showing that you don't need to be super duper tryhard with like specific setups in Apoc. It's just more good habits than anything. Also, I find the straightforward gun builds kind of boring, so I like making it weird. That's just how I play. Good about Black Hat Ring. It's a cheat death on a 2-minute cooldown. So it's like, if you would die, you get maybe a second of iframes. And you don't die. It gives you a chance to reposition. If something would one-shot you that's actually just one instance of damage, not like a combo, then it just doesn't kill you. Good for when you get caught off guard. Like that. like some ammo. Exactly enough bullets. You got a Hunter Gunslinger, just doing mine now. Yeah, you can. You can equip Black Hat Ring on any combo, and it's just a good safety net to have. It's one of the most favorable rings if you're ever doing a hardcore character, because it's just, hey, if you would die, don't. Works out particularly nicely on Hunter Gunslinger, because A, you already have an abundance of damage, so you don't need more damage in your ring slots, and B, those are two of the few archetypes that don't have a built-in cheat death. Like Challenger Prime perk has the cheat death. Medic and Alchemist third skill has a cheat death. Handler Prime is another cheat death. But Hunter Gunslinger don't have that, nor do they increase your survivability in any way. So you're likely to, if you get hit, let's say you're doing light armor Hunter Gunslinger, if you get hit, it's probably a one-shot from any significant elite or boss. So you get around that by having that Black Cat band. As long as you don't take a hit more frequently than every 2 minutes, it's free. You know you can use Black Cat to eat for death? Yes.
This isn't looking good.
Win. Thank you for the 30 months. Time is crazy. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Good to see you. Hope things are going well in your neck of the woods.
Swinlanum quag kek swinla Angie quag chad swinlanum qua swinlanum quag graph.
I miss when it said Swinlanum. Swinlanum's okay. I miss Swinlanum. Weapon says, this is the Spore Bloom, Gamer Champ. It's the shotgun that Brabus sells after you complete Veteran. This one. A returning item from the first game. From the previous game. Remnant 2 being the third game in a series. I need to stop saying the first game, but the returning weapon from Remnant 1. Not too bad, trying to get some money for the kids. How you been? I've been pretty okay. Pretty okay. You know, the background stress, but gaming has been enjoyable. I've had good games to keep me occupied.
So you have found them.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Actually, I don't need to... I can just get that in any adventure. Next time I do an route, I need to go for Astropaths to get my navigator
All that
back.
remains is your yet I did not fuck.
Sure, let's go.
and inevitable.
Mega Supercharger? I don't actually remember. Let me check the spreadsheet for you. Supercharger is... Ah, okay. Supercharger you get from the same place you get Invader. So you need a specific version of Losum, and then you need to take that item to Root Earth. It's the same steps as getting Invader, so do that and you will get Supercharger. Time I've let one of those hit me in a while. It's one of my favorite fights. It's such a good boss fight. Hot take, I think Alt Tawaratha is the best way you can prep for Annihilation if you're ever having trouble with that boss. Because it's very much one of those fights you just be patient and you win. Arena doesn't really get in your way. You just do the thing. Cheers, bro. Appreciate the info. Yeah, no problem. Hey, OG Clips. How you doing? If I'm gonna go over the setup, I can. Just let me know. Hello, Rambo. How are you? Wrapping up to be full sterile for surgery. It's been a heck of a ride. Do the thing. Do the thing. Hey, try time. How are you? All good. Hope the same. Yeah, I can't complain too much. Yeah, I love that fight. I think Alt Rata has got to be my favorite fight in the game. It's just so satisfying. And, like, I guess I like that it's completely fair. Not very complex, but it's like, there's still spectacle to it, and it's very much, at least if he gets damage modifiers, you fuck up, you die, and you deserved it. I got hit 3 times the entire fight, and each time it's like, oh, I made a bad choice 5 seconds ago, and it snowballed. I like fights with consequences like that. Ass. I need your inventory.
Well, hey. Your debt's still at
Yesterday, completed Apoc campaign with tank build, never died, only boss fight, last 30 minutes. Hey, do what you gotta do to get through it. Taking your time is the optimal approach to that boss, if you ask me, so congrats.
Greetings.
Need to restock on my consumables for the melee build. So of those.
Yeah, all right then. Take care.
These.
You need anything? I'm here.
Patience is key, also tank build broken. Here's the thing. I don't think tank builds are broken because there's some situations where they don't help you, and you still see plenty of people who go for the tanky thing and either don't completely get everything they need and it doesn't work and then they complain about it, or they bring it to those boss fights or situations where it doesn't help you. And I think that's a good balancing factor. Like, for example, if you bring a full tank setup to, obviously this was pre-patch, but pre-vicious, spiteful nerf, you got the Magister side boss on low sum. That dude's tongue attack one-shots you through full tank if he has vicious. Just fully one-shot, can't defend against it. So there's no point defending. You just go glassy and you stay at his back and don't get hit by that one attack. You know, different problem, different solution. There's a lot of fights where you can just, you know, take the patience approach with a tank build, and it feels very free. But it is slower. And it just means a lot of fights have multiple solutions to their problems. I think that's a good thing. I think that's good game design, if you ask me. I want to do crossbow stuff. I want to do crescent moon stuff. I've never used the plasma cutter still. Gotta figure out Star Killer. Maybe that's value. Maybe it's not. Won't know until I level it. Yeah, let's start working on some stuff. Started Nightmare Run last night. Hunter Summoner so far is my favorite combo I've tried so far. Very nice. Yeah, Summoner's feeling real good after the patch. Now that the Summoner pets don't get just insta-chunked by everything, they can still die, especially if you don't invest into their health. But it's no longer they default to being dead. The class feels a lot better now. And Summoner, in my opinion, has some of the stronger bonuses for a majority of playstyles. So I like where it ranks power-wise. Use the Bulldog right now? No. Spore Bloom. like I said before, Sport Bloom. It's the shotgun that Brabus sells you after you complete at least Veteran. Returning weapon from Remnant from the Ashes. The shotgun with the worst range. It's got a one-shot mag, but it's got the highest damage. And it's got high stagger. It's very fun. We're gonna change it up because I want to mess around with other things. So I would like to try out Alpha Omega because I've not used it in actual gameplay. We're gonna do something close to the standard mod build. Say close to, because we're not gonna go all the way on that. Like I'm gonna try it without Burden of the Follower. In the interest of grabbing Archer's Crest for the charge time. I can switch back to an appropriate art now. I'd rate the non-special long guns. Oach Gun, extremely good. Widowmaker, extremely good. Bulldog, extremely good. Huntsman, extremely good. I've not used the LMG, the typewriter, or the assault rifle enough to have real opinions on those. The bow is good. There's 3 bows. 2 of them have forced mod slots, but the non-boss one, having flexibility, is a good thing. Ford Scattergun is... It can be good. It's the hardest to make good of the shotguns, if you ask me. Pulse Rifle's good. I forget any? Like LMG and typewriter, co-op friends also use those. I started with the LMG, and I've never had a bad experience with the LMG. Just I've also never tried to use it at its peak of power. I'm gonna go Archon Summoner with flyers, spec traits. Go for triage. Bigger. Mark skin. Amplitude. Kinship. Fortify. Almost want to go with 5 points of what's the fucking name of it? Rugged. 50% more health on the summons. Yeah. With half rugged investment and full kinship, they shouldn't really die from my explosions anymore. Love that so many different things are viable. Definitely true in spirit to the Remnant from the Ashes, where I could count 2 weapons, 3 weapons that I would consider less than viable at high difficulties. Like, total out of all of them. And that's real good. definitely don't need supercharger on this thing. Once you've landed some shots, you might not even need archers. It's just landing that initial burst. Good info to have. Frees up a ring slot. I'll probably go damage here. Probably go damage. Would love a search function. No balance. Twisting Wounds seems like it'd be a good play here. Bandit seems pretty good too. Bullet Weaver could be good, actually. Bullet Weaver and Extender make a lot of sense here. I'm gonna try Bullet Weaver, I think. Back to work, y'all have a great day. Have a good one, try time. Okay, those do detonation trigger. There's very little animation commitment to it. I actually wonder if I went with follower. That mod done's real nice. From one enemy, I'm getting that much. So that makes me want to say fuck Bullet Weaver. And I'm using failsafe on Starshot already. I could use feedback. Feedback or harmonizer. Has anyone ever actually seen failsafe 10 trigger? Okay, I think that was it right there. Okay. There was some speculation that it wasn't working, but that's definitely working. How would I don't play the game? Valid. Valid answer. The fire rate reduction here is a little... I don't expect to be shooting this super often, though. Yeah, let's see how this plays out. Tried on Big Bang, haven't seen success, but that could also be a separate issue. Yeah, it might specifically not work on certain, certain mods. That's definitely a possibility. What do I need? I'll need astropaths to get that amulet back here. And I need, ribbons here. really feel like doing Nightweaver, but we play this out. So having the number of hours I do now, theory crafting this game, I could say I like almost all the mechanics. There's a couple things that I wish would be reworked or fleshed out a little more. Like gray health feels like half a mechanic. Even with full gray health investment, it is just it feels like something key is missing. Maybe that's from the perspective of trying to do gray health and Misty Step stuff. Misty Step forces you into counterintuitive, anti-synergistic things to get less value than other options that do the same thing. Game. Remnant 2? Are you good? No, you crashed. Okay. Using Alpha Omega in combat for literally the first time crashed my game on the first enemy. But yeah, Gray Health, bit underwhelming. Misty Step, bit underwhelming. Some of the melee attacks on certain weapons are just inexplicably terrible. Like the sprinting attack on stabs is a I can only describe it as a stumble. It's a very ineffective shoulder charge that has a weird, terrible hitbox. Uh, maybe something better for that. Like the neutral uncharged attack with great swords is pretty bad. Neutral charged is good. Neutral uncharged is pretty bad. What else isn't great? A lot of mods have trouble dealing with flying enemies, which makes the ones that can hit flying enemies even more centralizing. Like, you're not hitting flying enemies with Witchfire. Unless you have max amplitude, you're not hitting them with Tremor, but, you know, max amplitude Tremor is one of the broken mods, so I shouldn't include that here. Figured I'd mention it, though. I do feel like the trait cap is still too low. Not because I feel like players need more power, they don't, but just because with trait points you still spend them in very predictable ways and you can't get anything truly interesting if you're trying to actually remain powerful. Hey, Sandy Dan, how you doing? Like, with how we know survivability works in this game, unless you're doing no hit, skipping triage it means you're trolling. You're just trolling. You're not serious. You're being intentionally silly. And there's a bunch of traits like that. So, you know, if 50 of your 65 trait points are spoken for by soft mandatory things, cap could go up more. You get the fun stuff. Do we know where to find a Burden of the Stargazer? Yes, actually. It's the Rude side dungeon tile set where there will be like a platform. You'll be on one of those bridges. There will be a platform you can drop to that'll lead you to a path to another tower. And hopefully a game doesn't crash this time. Triage a must. It makes all sources of healing, except for Grey Health, because Grey Health is an incomplete mechanic. It makes all sources of healing just better. So that's your Dragon Hearts, that's your... if you have Regrowth, or any other sources of health regen, it's that. It affects such a large quantity of things in the game that it's very hard to justify not taking. Like, Triage can make heals that aren't good into heals that are good by itself. That's why I also run the Relic Shard for healing effectiveness. Because there's a 20% there, and then you get the 50% from Triage. All your heals are 70% better. It's super noticeable. Hey, Hunter Bunny, how you doing? Summoner build? It's a mod build that incorporates Summoner. Now that Summoner pets don't die instantly, Summoner is the second best class for boosting mods behind Archon. Best relic for DPS players? It's gonna depend on situation and classes, really. For classes that get some sort of increase to their DPS from activating a relic, you probably don't want one of the ones that activates slow. You want one that activates fast. I'm running Tranquil Heart right now because it's just passive healing, so when you're playing well but not perfectly, like taking hits that don't kill you but do hurt you, it lets you heal up consistently in between without having to activate your relics at all. So I'm a big fan of that. If you're looking to just be tanky, then the shield one is great, Crystal Heart is great, Resonating Heart is great. If you are using it purely for damage increases, then Lifeless Heart is probably a good one for you to look at. The one that has double charges. Because then you run around with 20 plus relic charges, so you can just, oh, I need mod gen from Archon real quick, Heart. You just keep doing it. Or I want to refill my mag on Gunslinger, Heart. No, they fixed DR display. It shows 25 from Infinite Sam is even weaker than 25. Yeah. Yeah.
What's that smell?
I should do the mutator boss here. Also, I should have a concoction on. Bursting is so rare. I think that's the first time I've seen it. Yeah, those fire puddles are annoying. You got mutator for Enigma extender? I don't remember. Let me look it up for you.
Well, at least that's over.
Ah, okay. It's from the aberration that you can get. There's like a secret underground passage tile you can get in either, the chimney or the lament on Yesha. Like behind a hidden door. Be dude standing between, I think 4 coffins. Or if Jester's Spell makes more sense than Detonation Trigger here. Hey Sandy Dan, thank you for the tier 1. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Helps me out quite a bit. I appreciate that. Hope you enjoyed the emotes, ad reviewing, all the good stuff. Support means a lot. Did a few builds after having finished one. Asked a friend what class, not handler, I should do next. Regrettably, they chose summoner for my primary, which at the same time made me learn a few things about pets. Made him actually able to take a few hits, which required 3 traits and 2 rings to do so. With investment, you can get them to survive some things pre-patch, yeah. Once you get the most recent patch, Honey Bunny, you won't even really need that much investment. Says the guy with dead summoner pets, but do as I say, not as I do.
This isn't looking good.
Favorite armor set in R1? I like the Hunter set. I am a big fan of a jacket design, both in-game and IRL. So, if I can wear a cool coat, I'm gonna.
Strike.
It'll get your crit damage boost, even if it's general crit damage boost. Really? That's interesting. Are you sure you're not trying to factor in, like, specific kinds of crit? Like, triple check the crit damage source you're looking at? I like to jacket. It's true. I jacket all the time. My favorite time of the year is fall, because then I can just jacket in public more often. Without being uncomfortable. So they don't, just to clarify. Yeah, I'm just verifying. So that's weird. Did you test skill crit? Skill crit damage, Honey Bunny? Yeah, we're on the same page, Kingman. Does anybody boost skill crit damage? I assume since there's skill crit chance, maybe there's skill crit damage somewhere, but maybe not? Any of the dots crit? Dots can crit. General crit chance. General crit chance will boost dot crits in this, yeah. Oh, I forgot I don't have my dodge window boost from Invader anymore. Wrong dodge timing. So yeah, that's kind of what I mean about triage being good, especially with Tranquil Heart. Like, I'm gonna take a hit here. So when I'm playing like this and I'm getting hit occasionally, this amount of passive healing is quite good. I can Tranquil Heart to double it up. Like, that effect active plus triage, when you play well, but not that badly to get your Black Cat proc, but not perfectly, that amount of passive healing is a really good buffer. Means you don't need to actively click your relic super often. Feels slow. Not having move speed's annoying, but trait cap, I would rather have rugged. In fact, I still feel like I don't have enough rugged. I'd almost sack some vigor for more rugged. The reason I say this is because probability cord does not affect pet crit damage despite it not being tied to anything, maybe a bug. Is that the specific source? Is that the only general crit you've tried? Have you tried other things like Gambler? Because, you know, that'll help isolate whether it's an issue with probability cord or whether it's a design choice that the pets don't get it. And then follow-up question to that, I suppose we would then want to test other pets. Like, is that just summoner pets? Is that also the dog? Is that also engineer turrets?
Take them together!
Trespassers!
Try that again! I dare you!
I'm gonna try and Gambler, wasn't sure it just boosts all crit or just gun crits. Yeah, it's everything. Gambler is just global crit chance and damage. That's important because one of the biggest use cases of Gambler in From the Ashes was dot builds. Since dots can't weak spot anyway, you just make them crit more and crit harder. Any items or skills that make enemies fight on your side? No? That I can think of.
Outsiders! Kill 'em!
There's items that make... and effects that make enemies less aggressive towards you, but they're still aggressive, so it's you know, aggro tank.
Alright, let's do this.
Do you test probability cord on guns? Yeah, Gambler doesn't work on it either. Okay. So yeah, it might be that you can't scale pets with summoner pets with crit damage. The next thing to test, Honey Bunny, would be other class pets to see if it's a design choice or if it's a summoner thing. Looking shouldn't be too bad. I'm gonna keep only one flyer summoned, then I can just put the other one up too. Once that one dies. Owie. Ouchers. Not the recoil animation. Doesn't pick handler pet either. Or turret. Okay. So I imagine the crit chance works, though that is hard to test unless you use that to get to 100. What projectile speed is worth on Alpha Omega for actually.
This ain't looking good.
Use the ladder. Without dying, preferably. Okay. We're just ignore that last bit. That's cool too. trying to get some of these ads out of the way so I get frames back. Maybe I shouldn't bother and just kill the boss, honestly.
At least that's over. I can't believe
Float King, more like Goat King, am I right, gamers? Uh-huh,
Glad I
definitely.
didn't even come this way. I'm pretty sure that thing would have been dead if she did.
Not sure how well I can test crits working. I mean, with the crit damage, if it's the only source of crit damage that would... The only source of crit damage that would apply to skill stuff, then yeah, you're testing that the correct way. The crit chance, I suppose, the way you would test that is by getting as much crit chance as you can, getting as close to that overall 100 as you can, and then making Gambler the difference between having 100 or more and not having 100 or more. You'd be, what, NG Summoner? That's the most skill crit chance you get from perks. Right, yeah, Archon doesn't give any. Summoner gives 5. NG gives 10. Okay, so you're at 15 there. Gambler's how much? 10? Yeah. The Hunter might give you more overall crit than Summoner. To be honest. Yeah, I think Hunter's more crit. This Hunter's mark is 15. Still, chance of false positives, crit chance can be capped consideration. Right, they don't mention a cap, but that doesn't mean there isn't a cap. We could potentially verify whether they did a uniform cap on crit chance, but by going for guns, because it's very easy to get to 100 ranged crit chance in this game. Very easy. So I guess the thing would be to test to see if 100 range crit chance is actually 100 range crit chance. You'd still have to assume that all the crit chances are following the same rules, which is an assumption. But it would eliminate the possibility of all crit chances being capped. It would make it more likely that skill wouldn't be, in theory. Hey Rabbit, how you doing? What traits would you invest in when it comes to DPS build? For which classes? Like, the answer is often the same, with you only changing up like 10 or 20 of the points. Like, for everything except no hit, I'm gonna tell you to go regrowth triage. Like, that's always gonna be there. If you're doing things that have self-damage or would be particularly disruptive to your own pets or allies, then kinship is a no-brainer. Fortify is very good defensively. Barkskin is very good defensively. Vigor is very good defensively. Amplitude if you're doing anything with a splash radius. Like, that's most of the points already spoken for. I'd say at least 1 point in Siphoner on everything. At least one. Back from Cheryl's after birthday week away. How was Cheryl's birthday? Did she have a good time? Alchemist Gunslinger. Alchemist gives a little bit of extra value to Glutton. So that's something to consider. I'd say, like, every spec, you're gonna go for Regrowth, Triage, Fortify, Barkskin, Vigor, if you want a baseline of good survivability without having to do heavy armor. And that's 50 trait points already. That's part of why I want the trait cap to go up.
Okay, this looks bad.
Took Barkskin off now that I know it only gives me 3% DR. 3% DR is less impactful than the other defensive things. Yeah. It can still make a difference. But yeah, I'd say if you were going to scrap any of the defensive core, it would be the one to drop. Vigor being the most valuable, followed by Triage. But Vigor is only the most valuable if you have good sources of healing that don't get you killed by trying to use them. Like, I think Vigor value goes up if you have Regrowth. But on paper, Vigor's the largest effective HP increase of them. I still firmly believe that Triage is the most value to be had there, just because it affects so many other things that are already valuable. Like, Triage makes these blood roots. You got Bloodroot, Triage with Tranquil Heart. That's just good healing. York and had a dinner with Lazy's, fun few days away, a lot of sightseeing and stuff. Hey, that's cool. That's real cool.
What the hell is going on here? Need a weapon.
Get them!
Wouldn't I do anything? Wouldn't I do anything?
The thing I also found out, minions get many bonuses from other classes. Minions get Stone Skin, Frenzy Dust, Elixir of Life. Well, Elixir of Life, that's cool. Shield from Medic, Shield Skill, Archons, Bubble Defensible. Yeah, they're allies, so of course they get those things. But I guess I'm kind of surprised that Elixir of Life would apply, but that's actually cool, because it gives your minions a cheat death. And that might be... Like, for a pure pet build, there's got to be some fights where that's optimal. For example, fighting Legion. If you're trying to keep your pets alive through Legion, then... Especially if it rolled damage modifiers, then you're going to be spamming your relics. But if you go Alchemist, you can rotate in Elixir of Life there.
Outsiders! Kill
That's cool. Thanks, explosion. Hey, Puppy, how are you? Yeah, against like Legion or Annihilation, I definitely see the value of doing that combo. Alright, thanks, how are you? Doing pretty okay. The problem I have with Alchemist doesn't boost pets as much, since all the boost pet damage, skill damage, or all damage. So all that boosts pets are the only stats you can use to boost pets. You want to read that back? That doesn't make a lot of sense. Like, Alchemist having a globally useful damage passive is a good thing, especially because you're right that there's not that many skill and global damage increases in, say, Jewelry, which is good because those are additive with each other and all that. So you're getting what is likely to be a fresh multiplier, although since they can't get crit damage increases, you're not getting that in their formula at all. Like, getting the global is good. Getting the crit chance is good. And then, remember, if you go Prime Alchemist, you'd probably go Prime Summoner, but if you were to go Prime Alchemist, getting those extra concoctions is a lot of potential survivability and quality of life. Alchemist is just good. The Alchemist gives you more concoction, you can pop like 4 of them, don't need Invest in Vigor, because the potion for 25 health will replace it. Does it replace it? I don't think it does. Yeah, I'm at 155 right now. 25 from here. And then I have 30 from here. So, yeah, no, they add together. Scavenger stacks do damage. Just damage. Shocking. Why?
This ain't good.
So toxic. Where are my pets? They're not here? Oh, they're stuck on the other side of the wall. Cool. Oh, of course, back now. Thank you. Your timing's amazing. And he's like 50%, which helps a lot. Got Burden of the Destroyer and Silver Ribbon. And Singed Ring, Flame Terror just got 12%, 10% more. Tried Alchemist, although it doesn't boost NG as much. The quality of life has some top boosting guns and pets. Nice. Yeah, like, remember skill damage? Just boost skills. Alchemist, all damage. All. So, Alchemist will be boosting any dots you're applying, be boosting your guns, boosting your melee. Alchemist and Engie both make you tankier in different ways, but I'd say they're both good at it. I don't think there's a clear winner between the two. I just figured I'd advocate in favor of Alchemist because it is always a good option, unlike any build.
Everything's shifted around us.
Worth put on Scholar for XP buff, should I just pop a concoction for XP for trade point somewhere else? So, I'd say putting on Stage Stone and Scholar and the XP concoction, do that all at once, and then just knock out your archetypes. Once you have all your archetypes to 10, you don't need to worry about XP ever again. Because, like, by that point, you'll also have max trait level anyway. So, XP is just a worthless thing once you're done. So, I'd say get it done up front, and then you can just ignore the mechanic. It frees up those trait points, it frees up that concoction slot for you, frees up that ring slot. Just better once it's over with.
A dream, something important.
Also, getting all of those archetype levels will improve your relic shards overall substantially. And open up some trait combos you otherwise wouldn't have had. Like, I always talk about triage. Triage isn't an option outside of medic unless you have maxed out medic. Regrowth from summoner. If you're not a summoner, you gotta take care of that.
Okay. You should. I have much still to do.
I've never given her some of the dolls, not all of them, before. I wanted to see it happen. Thanks, Goat. I appreciate that, Sandy. Then always happy to walk the crafting shop. It's kind of my whole personality. Thank you for asking good questions. I found that the most efficient way to detonate the brands from Alpha Omega is just to switch weapons. But only detonate ones that have already landed. Interesting. But I put together different builds because there isn't really wrong answer builds unless they don't make sense. Yeah. I would say, especially in this game, there is almost never a wrong answer to build crafting. There's things that are weaker, but almost everything is like usable, viable, fun in its own way, applicable to something that you'd want to, combine it with eventually and take it for a spin. Everything except handler. I will happily be the #1 handler hater until they buff it. I think it's because I'm jaded by too many bad experiences with pet classes that offer no value other than, look, a pet exists.
I don't like the looks of this.
But, yeah. How can you hate on the Very Good Boy? Because Very Good Boy in the first game was better. Less opportunity cost, and did not nerf you overall as much as being a handler nerfs you overall compared to other archetypes. That's my hot take of the day. Good mutators using mods like Tentacle. I'd imagine you'd want mod gen for Tentacle. If you're using Tentacle for healing, you'd probably want mod gen. Make sure you have the maximum amount out at all times.
Still so numb you.
I didn't even know you could sell this. I guess that was one of the bug fixes they did. Okay.
Farewell for
Excuse me, allergies. Ugh. I'm not sure if I even have Burden of the Destroyer, by the way. It's a ring a lot of people bring up because it's just good damage increasing, but like, I don't think Cass has ever sold it for me in my game. Yeah, I just don't have it. I would probably use it here. Thanks.
They've come for us! Kill them first! Over there! Get them!
Out of fun 2 boss fights you talk your way through. Yeah. Were they boss fights? Because, like... So, my achievements with that game sometimes show just really low percentages. I got an achievement for talking my way out of one of them without the boss doing a specific thing, or without that enemy doing a specific thing. And, like, I had no idea what I was doing, but I just talked my way out of a situation and it worked out. And Steam showed that as, like, 0.2%. But the first day I played the game, my achievements were bugged, and it showed every achievement as 0.2%. So I assumed it was just, like, a hidden thing. But maybe everyone did that. I don't know. I did the same through Elias. I picked the Warlock option and I convinced it of something, and then it immediately died. Larian players are blood hungry. Doesn't surprise me. Ow. I still blame the pig for all that extra health I lost.
Kill the outsiders! Got you, outsider!
Thought that Wonder Trick was old at work. Nice. With the other one, I was like, hey, you show me first. And he's like, okay. And then killed himself.
I'm not liking this at all.
Go via Mountain Pass. I went through the Underdark.
Trespassers here!
The weapon and mount pass made a lot of this area easy. Maybe I go back and go through the mountain pass. For anyone completely lost, we're talking about Baldur's Gate 3. I've been kind of splitting my time between Remnant 2 and Baldur's Gate 3. BG3 has been evenings. Remnant has been morning, afternoon. Gotta say, mid-2023 releases, we've been eating good on game quality. Maybe not game performance, but game quality, absolutely. September is going to be a good month of releases. August was pretty good. July good too, of course. The June kind of sucked, but yeah, won them all. Underdark's a lot bigger. So, I couldn't help but mentally compare the Underdark. So, like, in Baldur's Gate 2, there's a section where you go through the Underdark. But it's also, like, the most common path is you have to infiltrate a Drow city, like, undercover. And it's very atmospheric, like, it feels very high stakes and intense and stuff, and it's a really memorable bit of the Underdark section of that game. BG3 not having something of that scope feel lost a little something, but like I can't say that it's bad, it's just different. However, nostalgia. So I couldn't help but compare Underdark sections mentally while I was playing the BG3 one. And for anyone worried about spoilers, we're not going to talk super specifics or anything, so you're good. More scope to go. Yeah, there's a lot more game outside of that, so I'm not worried. I miss swiftness. Going from a lot of movement speed to no movement speed feels bad, man.
Don't let them escape!
I do consider this another trait cap issue, though. So far, our only major complaint is I think 60% accuracy is a standard point. Feels horrible. It does make playing martial classes feel real bad early on, like real bad for the first 2 levels, but then it gets fine. Now, at level 6, martial classes are my, oh no, I fucked up button. There's an encounter I had trouble with. Where I needed to kill the enemy before a certain thing happened in that combat. But I didn't want a long rest. So I just had Karlach and Lae'zel just bonk a dude to death in one turn. And it's like, oh, cool, we're done. Is it the end? Yeah. That's a 2.3k on a brand? Holy shit. Brands are no joke. I was thinking about taking 2 levels of fighter on Karlach for action surge, just to be super shitposty with the action economy. But she's already getting 3 attacks at level 6. What if she could just do 4? Then if I do Bloodlust Potion, and that's a lot more potential attacks.
Wonder what that is.
Have you used the respec at all? I haven't done it, but like I was considering. Oh, Rat Swarm? That's actually super unfortunate. Fucking rats. That's so awkward. That's such a crazy modifier to get on that guy. I need more mobility if I'm gonna deal with that. So I'm just gonna do the smart thing and not deal with that since I don't feel like respecing. That simple. Yeah, I think my entire party got respects to fix their attribute messes. I'm gonna have to do that because like I didn't for the first 2 levels I didn't really understand what I was doing with some of them. So like there's things I would change. Another W for Remnant, the sound design. I had no idea where that enemy was until I heard them ready their gun. And I was like, oh, okay. Also, learning D&D classes meant getting Gale's build going. Took me a couple tries. Yeah, I used Gale a bit early on with just some of the default stuff he had available. He was mostly just sleep spam. Like, I just had Gale and Astarion spent sleep while I was still weak. Then I eventually swapped out Gale with Karlach. And then my character, my Warlock, has access to enough spells that I'm not dead weight anymore. Back what I miss. Just chilling. I'm really liking Alpha Omega quite a lot. Brands are very reliable damage. Of course, it's no, you know, Tremor or Firestorm, but those are objectively overpowered things. And they should not be the standard how we measure viability. Like, comparing any gun stuff to Hunter Gunslinger, or any mod stuff to Tremor Firestorm, is already being disingenuous. The thing is, Mikmo has too big damage, it leads to on upper bosses in immense pain. Well, that's the classic pet build problem I see in a lot of games, where you give up player power to make the pets good. Functional pet classes in games are ones that allow you to still do stuff while your pets are doing stuff.
Maybe I should check out
So,
that castle.
the question is, why are you not doing damage? Are you using offensive mods? Because if you have your summoner pets active, then you're getting the mod damage from summoner. You may as well take advantage of that. It's like, that's what I'm using summoner pets for. Astarion's my avatar, Karlach's my only frontliner. I let Shadowheart take hits with her 18 AC and skills. Yeah, I've got Shadowheart to the point where she's tanky now, so she's just kind of doing things.
Pretty. Yeah, I don't trust this place.
My comp is normally those three plus my Warlock. But sometimes I do swap out Astarion for Lae'zel if I need more frontline. Another interesting thing about Alpha Omega is applying the brands does not count as hostile. So, like, you can put them on enemies that haven't aggroed yet, and they won't aggro. Having two marshals sounds like great damage if you solve their mobility. I've got a Misty Step amulet on Karlach. Lae'zel has get Yankee Psionics so she can boost her jump. And that has seemed to work pretty well.
Let's do this.
I've also got Misty Step Boots on Carlisle, so she's got 2 uses. Sir? Oh. Not the combo. Yeah.
That's it. For now.
That's the thing. So quiet for some reason, flamethrower turret hits my minion for some reason, procs summoner primer perk. I mean, yeah, it's you doing damage. It's pretty straightforward. If you do friendly fire damage to your summoner minions as a prime summoner, then they get a boost. And your NG turret is your damage. It's another reason to take kinship if you haven't. Or is counted as a minion? It is. Your minion. That's so satisfying. another one? Thought I heard another one. Guess not. Okay, red print should be pretty straightforward. Hey Viper, how you doing? Red Sector is a grenade launcher. I have not yet. Mostly because I got Starshot before I got Meridian, and Starshot is crazy. But eventually I'll try Meridian. About to play more Remnant. How are you? I'm good. I'm enjoying messing around with Alpha Omega today, and it's really good. I'll kill the Narud boss yesterday. Which one? Which Narud boss? Talratha or Shahala? The world boss? Which one?
Enter mortal.
Shahala, right. I don't love the Shahala fight. I do love the Talratha fight, though.
If you
Frames. I need frames for this. Also need this. Oh, leave me alone. You're a bully.
to me, subject, destroy the interloper. Not have bested. What of them? To me, destroy the interloper. My kingdom will not suffer the mockery of thieves.
That's not just what I wish Meridian did more damage. I haven't used it. I have no frame of reference. don't know, dude. You can be killed pretty easily.
Holy hell.
Pick number 1 to 3. Let's go with 3.
For that.
Geisha it is. I don't mind Geisha, outside of the roly-polies, the birds, and blood moon farming. But luckily I never need to touch a fucking blood moon again. So we're chilling. And trying to get summoner me things. Ah, you gotta do blood moon stuff. It's great. It's great. You won't hate it. In a close range build, boosted the fuck out of Repulsor using Hunter and Challenger's Rampage. It's quite potent. Repulsor is something that I need to test more. I was a little underwhelmed. Like, it just kind of feels like
Look alive, intruders!
the mod is not a benefit as much as it's a hindrance. But that kind of conclusion makes me want to test things more thoroughly. Rapture line, not done this one before. Cool. For Gunslinger or Challenger just hurts. I mean, Hunter Gunslinger is the most popular class combo for a reason. It's just very basic. You do gun very, very well. That's what you do.
Okay. Very well.
I didn't grab the key, did I? Oh well. You get to stay in there. Isn't that poggers? Hunter and Rampage is in fact the highest DPS. You're stating that with a lot of confidence. At least I think so. Unless that 50% is a multiplier and not just 50% range damage, then no, that's not close to Gunslinger. Gotta remember, big damage number does not mean biggest DPS. Gunslinger has some tricky, weird shit. Like getting back here, Shocker. Like, for example, Gunslinger, you never have to stop shooting. Even on weapons that are balanced around being shot once and then having multiple seconds of downtime. You don't have to stop. That is a much larger increase to DPS than 50% additive to a category you likely already have 50% or more in. Very thick skin. Pretty pretty forgiving. Not paying proper attention. Don't punish me. Why do I consistently get stutter on that attack? Like, that is the most important time to not get that. Frustrating. Like, you guys saw, there's the obvious audio cue, and then she starts doing that, and I'm like, okay, dodge the first one, turn around, look at where she's landing, dodge the second one. Hey, Dudley, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate that. Good to see you again. How'd your stream go? What'd you get up to? Welcome in, Raiders. I'm Quag. I do build stuff in lots of games. I've been addicted to Remnant 2, and it's a good time. Messing around with Alpha Omega. I've never used the gun before, and the mod's really good in mod builds, so I'm just kind of having some fun with it. Oh. Do that again. Issue. I've caught a rather serious case of skill issue. Appreciate the build science. Hey, I'm very glad. I always like talking shop build-wise with other turbo nerds. For a lot of people, sitting here and doing math and staring at, like, inventory screens and skill trees and stuff is the boring part, but for me, it's the appeal. Like, I guess it's sort of problem-solving in a way. Figuring out how to get the most value out of what's available for what you enjoy. It's cool. We all suffer from skill issue. Happens to everyone. It's Spore Bloom setup using Bandit with Hunter Rampage doing about 10k per crit. Yeah, I saw that as well. You can do cool stuff with Spore Bloom. Frames. I hate that I drop 20 frames every time she attacks. It makes it very hard to dodge her, believe it or not. I have to kind of guess which part of the animation she's in. I'm not great at guessing. Union. Go upstairs? You down here? You can hang out over there. I'm not falling for that bait. I am falling for that bait though. Apparently. Oh, dead, dead. Oh, she missed. Huge. I love that for me. Only one because she has skill issue.
Hey, how's that, huh?
How's Summoner treating you? Summoner is a lot better post patch now that the pets don't insta die from everything. They still die a lot. But at least there's counterplay. And I'm not fully invested in pet survivability. Only halfway invested in that trait. Kind of tempted to go more. Like, I'm actually going to do that right now before I forget. So we max kinship, so less damage dealt from us to them, but also less damage from us to me. Triage, of course, because you take triage. It's Remnant too, so you take triage. Amplitude, 1 Siphoner. Max Rugged. Fortify. The things I still want are Barkskin, Glutton, Swiftness. Also Vigor. I'm gonna take Vigor and half Barkskin. Yeah, only 43 DR, but Hey, Wales. Think any survivors at camp ever question what you're up to? Is like, okay, hi, bye situation? I assume they're thinking the things that like the NPCs are saying in Sanctuary and BL3, just like the wacky things, just the intrusive thoughts. Because there's no way you go through all the stuff they do and remain well adjusted. So if this random person just suddenly starts using your home as a base of operations, they're bringing in like alien technology and causing entire firestorms in the firing range and dive rolling all over the place. You're gonna say some weird shit to them because they're a weird person. What's glutton? Consumable and relic use speed. Seen a Spore Bloom setup using Bandit with Hunter and Rampage, about 10k per crit is very high damage potential. Bill will say this Gunslinger or Hunter way more consistent than Triad Challenger. Hunter can theoretically pump out a lot more in my experience. Theoretical damage is not DPS. Because theoretical damage you can be real disingenuous about. Be like, yeah, if all of my ticks crit, then I do this much damage. If this enemy at this range lined up with these other enemies behind it, and I shoot through and I weak spot all of them, and then I get a bandit proc on each individual one, and then all of that crits, and then all of the dots crit, and none of them move. You can take the this is what it does in a vacuum argument to some truly stupid places. The reality is Hunter Gunslinger has so much quality of life on top of big number and does not have certain downsides Challenger does, such as Challenger has to operate at close range. To not just lose in efficiency to the other options. It's too good. Like, to the point where I think the next problem, now that Enigma has been brought down to a level where it's still insanely powerful, but, like, justifiable, priority 1 and 2 should be buffing Handler and nerfing the shit out of Gunslinger. Gunslinger is silly, especially when paired with Hunter. Like, there's too much synergy. It's to the point where there's people running around saying that, like, Invader and Archon aren't good because they're comparing to that for completely different use cases. And you even did it earlier. Alchemist downplay is weirdly a thing. Hey Kitty, how you doing? It's Snow. My gameplay loop set up already. Step 1, take damage. Step 2, try to perfect dodge to regain health. Step 3, miss the dodge and take more damage. Step 4, die because I don't have on-demand healing. Repeat steps until the brick wall falls down because my skull is better at the game right now. So, like, the thing with getting healing from perfect dodging is if you're good at perfect dodging, you're not taking damage. So you're using something that only works if you do something very specific after you've fucked up. And, like, the downside of less healing efficiency is that's a very big downside. I don't know if you were here when I was going on a rant about how amazingly impactful triage is, but you're basically taking negative triage. So as good as triage is, you're inverting that, going farther, and getting an upside that isn't really relevant. I don't think that's a good approach, personally. Hey, Stale. Just got the game last night, got jumped by some weird manta ray. Yep, that manta ray is one of the more annoying things. Bright Steel Ring might need some thought, too, I think. Way too good IMO. Yeah, Mintberry, there's... In terms of, like, role stuff, if you compare Bright Steel to Misty, like, there's only one serious option, and it's Bright Steel. don't necessarily have a problem with something being very good, very attractive in a lot of builds. You want to fit it in wherever possible and like maybe slightly stronger than it strictly needs to be. That's not inherently unhealthy, but when you have two things that are trying to fill very similar roles and one of them is a joke and the other one is thoughtless, that's where balance becomes a problem. That's why I felt so strongly about Enigma. That's why I feel so strongly about Handler, because Handler is one of 3.5 pet classes and it sucks at it. You go all in for less benefit. Enigma was thoughtless and was all around the most useful weapon in the game, even after its first wave of nerfs, and only now is it like, okay, this thing's not fantastic for single target without investment anymore. But like, it just eliminated the use cases of other things that tried to do the same thing. That's when something's too strong in a build crafting game. So, like, if you're doing Misty Step, you're doing it because you think Misty Step is cool, and that's perfectly valid. I did that for, like, 2 whole streams. But, like, Bright Steel Ring exists. It's easier to get, and it's better in every possible way.
Well, look at you.
Half the fun is making stuff viable and different possibilities. Yeah. It's Bright Steel Unlock condition. I think it's just number of worlds completed, if I'm remembering correctly. Whereas Ring of Omens is get a specific side dungeon, solve a specific puzzle in a specific way during a blood moon, and hope you don't get a very common bug. And then combine it with one of 6 specific amulets, most of which are terrible, all of which are anti-synergistic with the ring. It's a very clear choice. Is always good. Yeah, Moon is good. Not always good, but it's good. So I said most of which are terrible, and all of which are anti-synergistic with the ring. Because the better ones happen to be the ones that that mesh less with the ring. Here, I'll prove this. So if you're running Ring of Omens, evades costs max health as gray health instead of stamina. That's cool. That means you could just kind of roll. On its own, that doesn't change your roll or anything. Combined with one of the 6 amulets, such as Necklace of Flowing Life, such as Amulet of the Sun, such as Ravagers, you know, all those, you get Misty Step, which is kind of like Bright Steel in that it doesn't change with your weight class, so you can be full armor with it, and it's cool. But it's got a longer animation lockout than Light Roll. It doesn't go as far. It's got weird counterintuitive things with your melee animations. And it forces you to use amulets like this. Necklace of Flowing Life is one of the better ones when you're doing that. It gives you good mod gen if you take damage, which not always a good approach. Increasing gray health conversion is cool, but you're helping gray health, which is the most underwhelming survivability tool of all the ones I've seen. DR is better, raw health tanking is better, HP regen is better, dodging is better, shield is better, lifesteal is better. And yeah, full moon circlet is a good amulet. Range damage, life steals, and full health range damage increased. Cool. You're not gonna have too much gray health stuff going on if you're life stealing off of big amounts of range damage and, you know, playing at range and not taking hits. Talisman of the Sun, cool. Where does this synergize with the ring at all? They have no common ground. So, like, this is a good amulet. It has absolutely nothing to do with the ring. They do not help each other in any capacity. Red Doe Sigil kinda sucks. It's just a worse version of a WA's Ribbon. Increase relic healing effectiveness by 50%. Activating a relic grants haste for 25 seconds versus increased by 30, which doubles when you're below 50. So it goes up to 60 if you're fucked, as opposed to always 50 while also giving haste. Like, most of these amulets that enable Misty Step just aren't good, and the ones that are don't synergize with the ring. So it's just not worth it, because Bright Steel has no downsides at all. It just does what you want. Get more gray health regen for less trait points, though. Do you? The Bloodstream. You get 3 a second at 10. Whereas regrowth is 1.5. So yeah, in a vacuum, if you were to compare just the health regen with just the gray health, yes. But health regen is going to be applicable in more situations. You do have triage, which is separate trait points. That point stands. But you have healing effectiveness over here. Medic is a commonly run class, so you don't necessarily spend trait points on it. And gray health regen on its own will not help you survive as well as health regen on its own, because you have a limit on how many hits you can take to maintain your gray health. And the ways of increasing that limit are A, be a medic, because they have a passive for that, but being a medic gives you triage anyway. And B, running this amulet here, Effigy Pendant, which would be better with Ring of Omens than any of the ones that actually enable Misty Step, but this is not a Ring of Omens Misty Step compatible thing. It's a good effect. Gray health is present, gain 15% all damage, 10% DR, and 1 additional hit before gray health is removed. If you're going to do gray health stuff, this is what you run, but it doesn't let you do Misty Step. So you would maybe still do Ring of Omens to give yourself gray health on demand, but you would be forced into medium or light armor if you still wanted a good dodge animation, or you'd be doing heavy armor and then still run Bright Steel Ring anyway. Also have 0.2 gray health regen base, 0 for normal health. One downside is triage doesn't affect gray health regen. That's a significant downside. If anything, I feel like it should. Wild day today, cough up blood is likely from a relatively small wound on my tongue. Scared me for a second though. Well, I'm glad it was something minor, Sora. I want the other boss. Reroll that. There we go. How perfectly your crown sits above all your menuing. It's very satisfying. Life still recovers the gray health, which is a bad thing. It's a bad thing that life still recovers gray health, because if you're running effects that boost you while gray health is present, if you life steal the gray health away, so at that point, why do gray health? Just get rid of that bit. Any amulets give skill cooldown? I don't remember. Found out something really broken. What's that, little Rambo? Hyperconductor is the opposite of skill cooldown, but it does give you an extra charge. That could maybe be desirable for some circumstances. Let's pass speed. I can't think of any skill cooldown amulets, but like, it's not something I've attempted to use. Oh yeah, Spirit Wisp amulet. Yeah, Spirit Wisp is goated. Yeah, activating a mod reduces skill cooldowns by 3% for every 300 mod power spent. So you can spam the shit out of, say, Enigma's mod because it has 7 charges. Just full dump and you get a lot of your cooldown back. And that's without having something like Archon Mod Gen to keep that stable. It's a very good amulet. Shoot the drill mod, shoot the disc rifle, bounces 10 times. Fire of time, shooting range. Oh, so it counts as a separate hitbox for Twisted Arbalest?
Yeah. I don't
Yeah, it was suggested a few streams ago that I tried that with the World's Edge stuff I was doing. Yeah, it just lets you hit the same enemy multiple times. I gotta try that with more things. That's a good idea.
Okay, this is it.
It shouldn't work like that. I mean, it makes sense. You're creating an extra hitbox. That's the power of it. It's the very short duration, and it takes a mod slot and a weapon swap. I don't think that's inherently broken. He says before using it, but I'll try it out today. I remember. I'm having too much fun with Alpha Omega. Like, it's my kind of gun because you don't even really shoot it playing Archon. I'm just using the mod. 4.6k on that brand. That was big damage. That wasn't even a weak spot either. That was juicy. I need to actually test to see how impactful the projectile speed is in Archer's Crest. The charge time would be good if I was actually shooting the gun more. So, like, I am still technically getting a benefit from this ring, but I feel like I could have better stuff. Like, if I had Burden of the Destroyer, for example, I'd run that, but Cass hates me. So, I mean, it's mutual. I don't really need more mod gen. Feedback loop could be funny. Firestone's just additive, right? Unironically, maybe the swap speed from Gunslinger's Ring would be good with how I'm currently playing. Cass won't give me Gambler either. Yeah. I feel like Cass should just, like, have all the items. Like, I understand if you maybe want people to have to keep checking back, or, like, if you don't want people to have access to all the items immediately. But maybe that means you just, like... So, a lot of other games have, like, an item of the day system, where, you know, a vendor will have on a timer, this item is cheaper right now. If you have the resources, buy it while it's available. If not, you know, maybe you'll have to pay full price at some other point. They can just have her have all of her items, make them all super expensive or something, and then just put one of them on offer at all times until you have all of them. Got a rotating timer. Boom, system fixed. Keep your RNG, but allow people to bypass it by playing the game more if they want to. Wonder how Shiny Hog Lure works with Alpha Omega, because, like, the mod has a function when you hit your reload button, even if you don't successfully reload. I wonder if that triggers any reload-based effects. It'd be really weird if it did, but I'm curious. Maybe I'll test that at some point. White pawn stamp? Maybe. I don't think Stargazer would be bad here, because, like, Handler Summons already cost health. Could just Bright Steel and put on heavy armor. See, here's the thing. This goes back to what Midberry was saying earlier, where Bright Steel is, if you have a ring slot, it's just so insanely valuable. I could just be tanky by putting that on, since I'm already not using a damage ring, so it's not a damage loss. And that's just not something you can justifiably really do with Ring of Omen. In the interest of not doing that, just for the sake of not doing that, I am going to use Stone of Balance. Try to give the Hellfire a ton of range earlier today. How'd that go?
Oh, that looks important.
Any success? Oh, range is really good on Enigma. I had hoped it would be good on Nebula and Hellfire. They're not serviceable, still kind of a meme. Yeah, sidearm slot's competitive. By competitive, I mean you have to be crazy. Like, crazy powerful to enter the conversation with Starshot and Enigma. That got in my way. Good crit, Pet. Wish Hellfire had a better mod. Is it not good? I mean, I feel like mechanically it is competing with the likes of Meridian and Starshot, but I still had hopes for it. If we're speaking objectively, I think Starshot is overtuned. Specifically, Big Bang is overtuned, but like... whatever. It's not horrible, just outclassed by literally anything else, doesn't feel any issues at all. That's the kind of thing you just slap a damage buff on. very average grenade launcher in a game where we have an above average and an overtuned grenade launcher. Yeah. I think Nebula is almost Top Gun level, strong mod, easy corrode application, good AoE. Nebula is good, but the thing with Nebula is, unlike Enigma and provided you have kinship, Starshot, Nebula has downsides. The limited range and the weird hitbox on the actual main fire being those downsides. Now, it's not like those can't be overcome, but the presence of them versus like Enigma just being free and Starshot just being look at screen, click button, kill room. It's steep competition. So I think Nebula is the closest to climbing over that threshold into top tier, like you said.
I don't like the looks of this.
Hey, Risky Trousers, welcome back. I was going to start an Apoc run. Any suggestions on builds? Here there's an Infinite Relic Medic build. It's really strong, but not sure. I've heard of that. I don't know the logistics beyond what amulet you're on. It seems pretty intensive with specific stuff you need. And I don't think that's really necessary. I'd say for Apoc, you'd want to play something you're comfortable in that is not notably shut down by specific kinds of bosses. So, like, let's say if you're really comfy with, you know, gun builds where you shoot at weak points, you can do that, and you should do that. Just make sure you know what kinds of things you can use to counter bosses that say don't have weak spots at all. There's a mod for that. You've got Boar for that. Comfort is most important on Apoc because bosses mechanically are the same as every difficulty except Survivor. So you're just having to do the things you've already done, but with like more punishing design in that you need to do it correctly for longer. So by playing something that you're very comfortable with, you spend less of your brain power worrying about things like dodging and attack timing and stuff like that. That makes sense. Like, if you're super comfy just shooting a sniper rifle, just shoot your sniper rifle. What I used for most of it was I just used a bulldog with corrosive rounds and twisted wounds, and I just did dot stuff. I changed as needed for certain bosses, but that was pretty good the whole way through. And because I'm comfy with sniper rifle on the final boss, I used sniper rifle on the final boss. Burning yourself count for some malevolence? I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think you gen mod power off of yourself, because like it cares how much damage you did. So like these dot ticks for 55 are generating good mod power, but if I had a dot tick for 55 on me, I'd be dead in 3 ticks, right? That's why we have kinship. So I think you're doing too little damage to yourself, even if you can mod gen off yourself, which I'm not certain of. Even if you can, I think you're doing too little to generate anything meaningful. Any empathy boss would be the bane of unlimited relic build. That too. This weapon you need bandit. What twisted arbalest? I don't think you need bandit because Slayer is good damage on it as well. And if you're leaning into the mod, then feedback harmony, feedback harmonizer and failsafe do have value. But I will say bandit definitely seems very, very good on twisted arbalest. Cat, stop knocking over my recycling. What are you doing? You're too cute. I can't be mad at you. Good mods for Enigma. I like Extender. Bandit is also good. Like, Enigma's only real downside, other than now it needs investment to do good single target damage, but is the fact that it's got a bad reload. So by increasing the amount of times you can shoot it before having to reload, you're eliminating the downside. So I like extender on Enigma myself. Meant for the thing that shooting range. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, for boar use, yeah, bandit boar. That makes a lot of sense. Bad at dodging, so I was thinking of running something tanky. That's a popular approach. Medic alchemist, medic challenger, challenger alchemist are popular combinations for tank builds on Apoc. Some stuff might still one-shot you. Maybe not if Spiteful Nerf and Cancer Fix, but it might one-shot anyway. Depends on what modifiers you get, and there's going to be certain attacks from certain bosses. Like, the red Shockwave on Annihilation probably still one-shots, unless you have, like, Crystal Heart active. You know, the really high-end, short-duration tank stuff. Alchemist and Gunslinger are good. I don't think any combos are bad for Apoc, except for ones that involve Handler. And that doesn't mean they're not viable. They're, you know, Handler can be forced to get through the content. It's just Handler provides you the least by a wide margin. I don't think there's any wrong choices class-wise. Majority of things are viable. Just depending on what exactly you're trying to do with each specific thing, you might have less or more difficulty in any given scenario. Gotta have the right tool for the job. It's like, you can eat soup with a knife. You can, technically, but it's way more trouble than using a spoon. Use Rat Swarm again? Stop it. Hey Luke, nice gameplay solos, worth the time? I'd say so, absolutely. I have over 200 hours in this game now. About 60 of them were co-op, so massively more solo. I tend to play games solo, even ones that, you know, are marketed around multiplayer, just because I like problem solving myself, and I definitely feel like I've gotten my money's worth. Yeah, I deserved that. That was a really bad dodge. Someone eating soup with a knife. A little bit ridiculous, huh? It's something you could technically do. It's just you would look silly, it would take you way more time, and you'd be questioning the whole time why you're doing it. That's kind of how I view using Handler above veteran difficulty in this game. Yeah, you certainly can. Just, why would you? An odd combo could be nice. Medic Summoner, because Soul Link, Burden of the Divine provides a lot of healing on top of the shield, for example. Allies to double the healing. Could be pretty good. I've heard of people doing Medic Summoner. Never tried it myself, but yeah. Do I feel like fighting my way back to that guy? Kinda don't. Rat Swarm in there is super toxic. I'll just spend my time elsewhere. The reason why I hate Rat Swarm is because getting out of that water takes so much chip from the rats. And they still hit you when you bottom out your stem from dodging the dude, the boy, the lad, the unit. Well optimized on PS5. That I don't know, but I've heard the PS5 performance is better than PC. I don't know if that means well optimized, but better than PC. We're gonna farm corrupt is like level mutations. So there was a farm you could do, a save quit farm in the labyrinth that they appear to have patched out on PC. If you're on console, I don't think it's been patched yet. I don't think it has. But if you're on PC, that no longer works. So your best bet is going to be just resetting adventure mode. Or whichever aberration you think you can get fastest and most consistently. There's few answers to that. A guaranteed one you can get in a main story area is the chainsaw guy outside the asylum. Like, you know you'll always have him if you start in Morrow Parish, but it does take a while to get to him. Yeah, we're on the same page there. Or Rip whatever his name is in Morrow Parish. Yeah, easy simulacrum as well. I hit you. Nice ray gun. It is basically a ray gun, isn't it? Odd zombies moment. Misty step over the fence with at least 5 fitness. Didn't know that. I'll have to try that. Is there a reason we can't adventure on Root Earth? Root Earth is fixed. Root Earth and Labyrinth don't have any variation at all, so it would be the same exact adventure every time. And I would guess that's why they didn't include them in adventure mode. Also, Root Earth would not follow, neither would follow the structure of 2 side bosses, 2 through dungeons, 1 world boss. Remnant 1 on release, for example, had the same thing with Corsus. There's no combat in the Labyrinth in Remnant 1, but you had Corsus, which was not a full world for adventure mode until the DLC. So I guess it's possible that DLC turns Root Earth and Labyrinth into adventure mode biomes, if it follows the Remnant 1 trend. Something I need to confirm. So, like, you can hear her jumping around on roofs, and you can see her. If you shoot her, at least each time I've done that, she's just jumped down immediately. Yeah, okay. Yeah, you can get her to come back and fight early if you do that. That's cool. Oh. Okay, hit me during the frame drop, that's cool. fucked around and I found out. Wonder if she'll be sleeping now. I did enough damage, I think.
Show 'em what Strana made of! Can't escape my aim! Don't let 'em get away! Show 'em what Strana made of!
Minions against Hardy Vicious, Aberration on Nightmare. Pretty good. Bosses, well, first boss was Bloat King. That was horrible because it never targeted everything. Because it targeted everything that wasn't Bloat King, but who knows? I mean, next boss would be better. It could be Huff and Copium. If AI cooperates, I'd expect it to go well. Originally for my one-shot gun setup, the Hunter skill I like the most is just Hunter's Mark. Shroud is less useful than YouTube's made it out to be. Shroud is good damage potential, but this goes back to the thing I brought up earlier of practicality versus theory. Like, Hunter's Mark is always good. Seeing all enemies through walls, having that just always on crit chance, and having just a flat damage bonus as well, that's super duper valuable. You jump through no hoops, you just have it on. Shroud is really good if you conform to what it wants you to do, but, you know, if.
Take 'em out!
It's not a bad thing that you have to conform, but it is going to eventually matter in situations where you would simply be better off by having Hunter's Mark. Doesn't take away from the fact that Shroud is, like, potentially powerful. I just think the impracticality
Just come in here and walk!
makes it something that I don't really use.
I knew it!
No. Hey, Nunu, how are you? Using Corrosive, is an extra damage buff. So, like, you're not taking advantage of the mod damage you get from being a summoner, then? And I feel like that would give you more value. There's mods that do direct damage that benefit from that also apply dots.
Together, Gran!
Hell, you could even do Nebula and then be applying Corrosive that way. And then you have Swarm benefiting from the mod damage. HP.
Kill the outsiders!
Excuse me, I'm busy.
I got you in my sights.
No Vampire Familiar mod counts as summon. Yeah. Yeah, you got the Fey Familiar one, you've got the, I believe the Tentacles count. I don't know if, The Madness Orbs do. I'm forgetting the name, as I always do. It'd be very cool if they did. Definitely tried it. Does help instead of completely relying on, you know, pet AI. Main things like I forget what corrosive or song, both of which kind of helps minions. Your corrosive rounds are not helping your minions by any meaningful metric. Like you get nothing out of that. Oh, god damn it, pets. You get nothing out of that you wouldn't get by just having Nebula. Nothing. I couldn't see the tell. I need to not try to LOS you. Fucking birds, man. I need to just not dodge that. Yeah, alright. Run that back. I don't want pets active when I get there, because then I can't open up. And I suppose I should Dreamcatcher her first, anyway. Did I not get the checkpoint? Oh, it's right there! Ugh. Pain. Get stuck on walls, you need to heal. Since the reload speed on Enigma is slow, would the Lively mutation be good as well? I haven't tested that. Yeah, on paper it seems like it certainly would be. I heard one person suggest that it might not be working, but maybe they were just missing the effect in a hectic situation. I've not tested it personally, but that's the one that's reload speed for like each kill before you reload, right? That seems like it synergized pretty well.
Won't fit.
At least NG Flame Turret works with Stone 11s, that helps Majin a ton. Yeah, getting the fire dot from that is real cool. NG Flame Turret's good, it's just got very stupid AI. It didn't even show. Oh, okay, this is slow. Right. I understand. There's some enemies you just shouldn't slow. Huntress being one of them. If you're not in melee range.
Outsiders are coming!
The Huntress's AI just turns off in melee. It's very funny. double. Have I seen that attack before? Probably. I just don't pay attention. When it comes to leveling up mutations, they give you any other buff outside of level 10. So on each individual one, it'll scale up per level some sort of way. Like, for example, failsafe gets additional mod damage per level. Harmonizer gets additional mod damage per level. Flame Turret AI is not bad, straight up broken versus air enemies. Hopefully they bug fix it. Yeah, it just kind of shoots the ceiling against a lot of enemies, rather than doing anything. But there are situations where it's just garden variety bad. Where it doesn't understand sight lines, so it'll just shoot you in the back and light you on fire. Against an enemy it wouldn't have hit in the first place. Ow. Yeah, I deserve that. I gotta just run past these enemies. Huntress is wearing me down. I gotta get back to the checkpoint. Not having movement speed makes this approach a little weird. Like, I'm tanky, but not that tanky. And I'm not fast at all. Got a Blood Moon, Faithless Thicket, anything she was looking for here except the purple orbs? No. That's all you gotta worry about on that map. The maps that have other Blood Moon stuff are Cathedral of Omens and Imperial Gardens. And they're both side dungeons. Any Grey Health builds on Apoc? Yeah, the last couple days I was messing around with Grey Health a bit, and I just don't think Grey Health is a very good mechanic. Yeah, normal regen is just flat out superior. Grey Health feels incomplete as a mechanic, if you ask me. It feels like it's missing something. Like, maybe if Triage worked with it, maybe if there were expanded ways to get bonus hits before you lose Grey Health. But currently it's a lot of investment for just a lesser version of regen. And I don't like it. It's compound with the fact that Ring of Omens is just not worth it. It kind of sucks. Grey Health is easily the weakest defensive mechanic. It's like resists, raw HP, HP regen, shield, armor, damage reduction, dodging. That's all better. Movement speed. Now there's always going to be a weakest, but that weakest doesn't need to have questionable value. We were talking about this a bit earlier, Gar. Ring of Omens versus Brightsteel. It's just Ring of Omens got all the Grey Health problems, but then also, if you want Misty Step, excuse me, you're committing an amulet slot. And then that roll is still just worse than, hey, slapping on Brightsteel for the cost of one item slot, getting the best roll. I'm chilling. Assume Triage affected it. Nope, Triage does not affect Grey Health. I have a sneeze trapped, like, behind my nose. Worst feeling. Getting farmed by regular enemies in Ironborough. was trying to get to that checkpoint so I can fight the hunters again. Leave me alone.
Pull together for the grand!
Ow. Ow. I have no stam or move speed. This is so fucked. Maybe I put ghoul needles on my hotbar. Yes, sir. Yeah, another thing with Grey Health is even if you fully invest into Grey Health, you're gonna need other forms of survivability anyway. So you still can't use it by itself. Not effectively, anyway. Because you're gonna want DR, you're gonna want shield, probably gonna want some dodge stuff. God, I threw a catcher on. I wish some of the consumables lasted longer, so I feel pointless that Optimus buffs. Yeah. There's some of them I would never pop without being an Alchemist, that's true. I mean, I guess you can just take that trait for the duration. You don't get the other stuff from Alchemist, but you can just take the trait. But I'm gonna chalk this up to a trait cap issue, because again, if we had more flexibility with our trait points, then that's something we could take without it feeling wasted.
Look alive! Intruders!
Like, I'm running a slightly scaled back version of that 50 trait point defensive core I always ramble about. And I'm still having borderline survivability problems. Not full on, but just like borderline. So if I altered any more than this, I think I would be having actual problems.
That was rough.
And 50 of 65 points invested for a baseline is a lot. I don't know what number I would want. It's easier to identify problems than it is to come up with solutions. Backseat game design, as it were. But I know that 65 doesn't feel like it's enough. My base traits. Stuff I try to put on every build is max regrowth, max fortify, max triage, max vigor. So that's 40. I like having bark skin, so that's normally 50, but I went half this time. I like having 1 point of siphoner. And if I'm running mod build, I'm almost always running kinship as well. So that's 51 points spoken for. Assuming I maxed that. I didn't, so that allows me to have amplitude rugged the way they are. And Having the free 1 point in Vigor over here frees up 1 as well. Vigor should be tied to class levels, just too good not to take. Yeah, like, kind of like, I don't know if anyone here is a COD Zombies player, but the Juggernaut perk, Juggernog, is so valuable that it's like assumed that you take it, but it still takes up one of your limited slot. So, I'm a big fan of Black Ops 4 Zombies because they just built it into everybody. But people who don't like change hated that and never gave a good reason why. Like, giving it to everybody made freedom of choice exist. It's easy. How you doing? Did say they have plans for the trade system anyway, so maybe looking at totally different things sooner or later. Hopefully. Hopefully. Smith use, you don't aggro. Grab the checkpoint first. Black Ops 4 Zombies is very fun, to be honest. I think it missed out on the smoothest Black Ops 3 but I enjoyed it. Yeah, that friendly guy. It got way more hate than it ever deserved. It tried some new systems that I think brought some important, fresh things into the Zombies formula. But it had the problem of having one of the most toxic fan bases of anything I've ever seen in gaming, and the second any sort of change is made, they reject it forcefully. Even positive change. So it just got a bad rap. Now, of course, the second half of the DLC season did fall off pretty hard, but the early stuff was quite good, in my opinion. Hey, Vocal, how are you? Stop Mr. Presidenting for her. Flyer. Huntress takes one pity out, and my root flyers decide to protect her from me. I get done way later in that attack. I'm consistently bad at it. Allergies are kicking my ass. Not a good time. No. Dodge the second one. Oh. Sloppy. Is that an elite spawn? He's not now. Yeah, they're fighting each other. Hey, Maniki, thank you so much for the raid. I'll be right with you. 1 minute. I'm failing at this. Soon. Yeah, I really suck at the time. Okay, cool. Thank you, Pop T.
Holy hell.
Oh, no worries. I hope your stream went well. What'd you get up to? It's bug of the moment. You give yourself a permadot, give some nice options for status builds. Ooh. How do you do that, Gar? Spore Bloom on self, then Reset a Crystal, it's permanent dot. Ooh. Does it tick for damage, or is it just a perma, like, slow status that doesn't clear? Fairly exhausted, hope you're well. Yeah, I can't complain too much, Vocal. You take damage? That's useful. Manageable with kinship and regrowth, I assume? It's a very red keyboard. Ah, in the spirit of Remnant. They love the color red in this game. Like, a lot. I'm trying it out now. Yeah, Nebula Song feels very good. Just the mod damage. Thanks, Fag. Yeah, no problem. Just gotta take advantage of the damage stats you have, right? If you're a handler, you may as well have a mod that does damage. Wish there was more accessibility options. Yeah, we talked about that. It's really weird that a game with this much red doesn't have at least red-green colorblind accessibility options in 2023. Like, I don't imagine a red-green colorblind person can do Annihilation without, like, accepting the hits. Because I hate it and I can see the colors. That's one example. Party elemental resist. That's actually getting the stagger? Nice. Early again. I need you to get a stagger, please. What's that? Was it the fire puddle? I think it was the fire puddle. pressuring me hard. I need better terrain here. Pet, do the thing. This is with max investment into pet survivability, by the way. And, she doesn't have damage stuff. The pets still die very quickly. I wonder if maybe trying the Reaver the option here. I'll have to try that next. Good news, pets on Nightmare with this build actually do good boss damage, fighting the big chest creature thing on low sum, which is immune to acid procs, resistant to corrosive damage, very good pet damage. However, it's still pet, so like yes, my pet's are good, but this boss can take down his health surprisingly fast rate. Problem is something like Blow Kingdom. Fuck. Some bosses just do that. Like Melee has that problem very frequently. If you run into certain bosses without World's Edge, you're looking at spending a very long time with either Krell Axe or Huntress Spear or crying. So, like, that's just something you have to adjust to with anything except gun builds in this game. You eventually find a boss that just tells you, no, your basic premise, no. Yo, game, you want to load? Like, even mod builds have to deal with that. But I just want to do a hardcore vet run more than I want to do a normal Apoc Nightmare run. Want the saber rifle? No, that's not bad at all. Because, like, having that will help you on when you do Nightmare and Apoc. Probably more than the actual rewards from Apoc. Like, is my game okay? Oh, there it goes. Oh, I guess it was kicking me out of the dream. I've never died in the dream before. So I guess if you do, that's that. Okay. Noted. We learned something today. Consumables lost to makes sense, yeah.
Outsiders, get 'em. Outsiders, I knew it.
Oh.
Over there!
No, at least with the Invader fight Dream, you can just go get through him again by waving the staff of the thing. You can't with this one with how I did it because I killed her already. So, like, I went to her dream after I killed her. If I had left her alive, done the dream first, then maybe I could have gotten it again. But so yeah, technically it's optimal to do the alt hunters fight first before you do that. In case you fail, then you can get the alt condition back. Make fire stat a stack, not to be balanced. I think it'd be funny. Well, it can, as long as you apply it from different sources. Wisp. Like, I'm getting 2 stacks of fire with this build because I'm getting 1 from detonation trigger, and then I'm getting 1 from Big Bang. What do you get from killing her? How do you kill her? Just shoot her. The main kill you get the Hunter's Spear, which is throwable. So it's one of the few ranged melee weapons. The alt is a mod, I believe. And yeah, it's straightforward. You just kill. It's the same fight both times. I'll look at Alpha Mega again. Yeah, slain enemies return ammo and mod power. So killing with brands is really efficient. 1 brand is that damage, and then additional powered up by 50%. Up to 3. Okay. I was putting 5 on some enemies, I only need to put 3. Yeah, Alpha Omega feels like a single target version of Twisted Arbalest. That's the only way I can really describe it. The mod is very spammable with a little bit of Archon support. Like it.
Great. Or bad news. Next one, say do. Ow, ow. Hey, stop it. I'm in danger. Bottoming out my stam there almost got me killed. Thank you, Chris. I really like Challenger right now. Would want to know would be a good archetype for it. Synergizes well with it. Challenger Alchemist is incredibly tanky and has a lot of fire rate and melee attack speed bonuses. I really like the pairing of those two. Challenger Medic is also similarly extremely tanky.
Get the outsider!
I'd recommend those two combos most highly with Challenger, personally. But a lot of people swear by Challenger Hunter for gun stuff. That's so in the way. Like, it makes me almost want to mess with the Reaver, because it's one big guy, but it's only in one spot. Here, when you read my pet build message, what did you say? Which the most recent one? Yeah, I said that there's a lot of build archetypes that get countered by specific bosses like that in this game. It happens to melee, it happens to mod builds, happens to certain close range weapons. That's just kind of something that happens in Remnant 2. So they need to be prepared to either not fight that enemy ever, or carry an alternative loadout with you that you can swap to when that happens. I'll try out the Reaver. See how it goes. I've never actually used it. I don't even know what it looks like. Hi, friend. You're kind of thick, though. Pretty chill. Big mod when? I'm waiting. I'm trying to ping this boss so I can fucking see it through the smoke. Pretty good place to look for relic dust and just run adventures. I have no idea what an optimal strat for early game relic dust is. I actually don't know. I know you get some from chests. Once you're the explorer archetype, you have a chance to get 2 relic shards when you would get 1. So like that helps your income a lot, but you don't get explorer until way later than you are, I imagine. So I don't know. I'm also open to hearing good relic dust strats. I don't need it on this character anymore, but I will on others. Weird bug, I guess. The boss's name doesn't change the unburned state when you apply burn to it. Yeah, yeah. Dev oversight, I suppose. Can't win them all. What you gain from early game relic dust? Being able to upgrade your mutators. Like, the mutators are behind 2 gates. You need the relic dust and the corrupted luminite. 2 things that it's not exactly easy to get early in the game. In fact, now that the labyrinth farm is gone on PC patch, you have a very limited supply in your campaign. So, like, you're likely going to be forced to go to adventure mode if you want a max mutator in a playthrough. Mutator with scrap and corrupted luminite. Getting some of them requires relic dust, I'm pretty sure. I lost track of all of one I was going for, so I guess we'll just go for it. I'm gonna pay more attention. There's some combination of something that requires relic dust. Other than buying shards.
Maybe I should check out that mural again.
Whether it's acquiring or upgrading mutators at that point in the game. Don't recall which. It's one of them. But yeah, Corrupted Luminite's enough of a gate there that I don't like that both are in place. Buying them in the first place. Right. Yeah, buying them in the first place, and then upgrading them as the Corrupted Luminite. I did my entire first playthrough without upgrading Mutator fully. Like, I didn't get to plus 10 until, I'm pretty sure, after we beat the story. Volunteer regarding the dot bug. You need to go to a world crystal, touch it, then kill your character with Spore Bloom right beside the crystal. Respawn should be active. I'll have to try that.
Seems like something's missing.
Want to try this against Faerun? Yeah, fuck it, why not? Never fight Phelan anymore. That fight sucks. They both have a terrible third phase, but Phelan's is like 5% more unbearable. Was I meant to be upgrading, getting mutators in store? I don't know about meant to be, but I saw them as a build crafting thing that I wanted to take advantage of. 100% sure you didn't. My best was in the 3 to 5 range by story completion. Yeah, I remember I was going all in on one while Lazy wasn't doing them at all, and you were spreading it out. And I'm pretty sure I was at 8, maybe 9 when killing Annihilation, but I was nowhere close to having enough to go to 10. I just got lucky with my aberrations. I found 10 before Root Earth. Yeah, we did not have that. Not all side dungeons have aberrations, unfortunately.
Yet. Cute. Ah. I am failing the Almighty.
Yeah, dude, chill. you considered not hitting me for no reason other than I don't want you to? Not the roll catch. Alpha Omega pretty good here? Okay. 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 Alpha Omega put in work. It just kills the orbs real easy. Don't hit me with skill issue, sir. Where's my goat Rushmore? I understood that reference. I want to blame the frame drop, but no, I timed that dodge poorly. That attack is a one-shot. That's one of the ones that's untankable. But, like, the fact that it's happening during this phase is what makes it so toxic. You have 10% uptime on the actual enemy you're fighting. Visibility is terrible. You can't hear anything. Dodge way too early. They were asked, what's your favorite gun? Star Shot. That one shot you? Yeah, that attack isn't tankable. I was full tank, medic, challenger with consumables on, and it was still one-shotting me on another build. So, like, I'm just gonna assume that one is one of the dev referenced untankable attacks. if my case of skill issue is treatable. It appears to be late stage. You're on the nerf vicious fetch? Yes. By the visual noise. Not me rolling into that and getting hit twice by an attack that's only supposed to hit you once. I'm so good at video games. Frankly, it's frightening how good I am. Wormhole Sniper weak spot does 5k. Very nice. Can't tank it. I was medic engineer, 5 stacks of bulwark, 320 defense, 190 HP. Didn't tank it. Also the shield. Yeah. Good to have the confirmation.
Having trouble.
Frames? Please? Alright, cool. Despite Bull Nightweaver hurts, it does. Skills, it's a good thing you're smart, right? I can string a sentence together, and I'm mildly pretty. That's all I got. I think my problem with dodging this dude's attacks is I look at his feet. And his feet and hands move at very different rates. Hey yo, stop it. Like, I was looking at his feet there, and not the correct decision. Crap on my recoil animation. I don't have Black Hat Band going to this phase. I mean, I can't make any mistakes. you did something totally different that time. I wasn't prepared for that. Got him. Nice. Cool. Yeah, he was kind and just didn't do the attack I was afraid of. I like how these swords are still primed. That's it's not terrifying at all. I wish there was more significant reload speed bonuses available. The values are too small to pick over damage, even when picking them just doesn't feel like they do much.
Based on how the damage bonuses stack, I kind of felt the opposite way, CZ. Like, I would rather have a ring that gives 25 reload speed over a ring that gives 15 global damage that's additive with my other damage sources. That's on rings that, like, that's on weapons that really reload very frequently, but I would still rather do that, because that should be a DPS increase. Damage you can still spread out somewhat with fire rate crit chance. Yeah, fire rate crit chance are also damage value agnostic DPS increases, which definitely helps. Just raw damage on accessories is not something I see a lot of value in. And I kind of put reload speed with fire rate mentally. Melee attack speed as well. Crit could kind of be its own area. And then you got survivability. Considering 4 ring slots, I almost always have 2 survivability and then 2 others. I guess when you look at it that way, if you're doing the norm of 1 to 2 survivability rings, having one compete for reload speed is a bit of a tall ask. Because, like, crit chance, a lot of the crit-oriented rings apply to multiple things. Like using, Gambler applies to everything, using, fucking thing. Probability core, it applies to everything except for pets, apparently. Yeah, just things that say range damage or global damage don't seem super duper valuable for gun setups.
Don't be a stranger.
In the ring slot, at least.
Hello again? Only the
More of those. 5 more of those.
keep your wits about you.
What can I can kill? Come round again.
We good there for now?
I'm here.
Okay, Alpha Omega. Feels pretty good. What other weapons can we build around? Let me try the Twisted Arbalest thing Lil Rambo was mentioning. That seems like that would be a good time. What secondary go around with this? Have double barrel and rupture cannon maxed. I should really throw some scrap at the SMG. But I'll hold off for now. Go for feedback. I got a maxed out bandit. Here, I was down in case you said something. Just that like you said, stats outside of raw damage, stuff like fire rate, crit chance. I group that with reload speed, melee attack speed. Those things that aren't directly, hey, do more damage, but that facilitate you doing your damage in a way that doesn't fall into the problem of, you know, range damage, global damage being common additive multipliers.
Only
Did I ever get that last relic shard I need? Actually, no. I don't think I did. Cool, bandit maxed. Something says base damage, for example, the Siphoner trait says base damage is life steal. Does base mean anything in particular? Damage I'm receiving when I shoot a thing. My understanding is, like, hard value. It could also be worded that way to exclude dots, but I don't know if it actually does exclude dots offhand or not, because I don't run full Siphoner investment. With 0.3% of a dot tick, I wouldn't experience any significant healing anyway. So, one of those two things. Possibly both.
beware.
That's very interesting. That's very interesting. That's a little gross. Told you, you did. You did. There's something wrong. I think it's working as intended. It's just being a bit of a rules lawyer. So, like, Boar creates an additional hitbox on an enemy, and Twisted Arbalest seeks out nearby enemies and bounces between them. But, like, the thing that makes that weird is there's no distance, so the projectile doesn't have to travel, which is one of the downsides of Twisted Arbalest. So it's just doing the maximum number of bounces between, instead of, say, me and that curtain, it's me and my hat. There's a third possibility the base is damage of the gun at +0, which sounds weird, but it's how a mod gen is calculated. Yeah, that's why shotguns, one of the reasons why shotguns are so great for mod gen. Guaranteed shot back moment, yeah. That's pretty cool. I almost want to run mod duration with that. In fact, yeah, let's do that. So mod duration is where... Do I still need... Yeah, I still need the shield effectiveness mythic, and then I have all the mythics. %, mod duration. 6.9 second duration. Nice. So the Nightweaver and Spiteful gets low, single attack and kills me. Yeah, it's 45% extra damage. It's a lot. Blackout Ring being only 15%. I think this is a good example of what you're talking about, CZ, where this amount of reload speed for that gimmick for this slot doesn't feel super valuable. But something like the unconditional 12%, I don't remember the ring of, but I have that somewhere. That one's better because you just get it. Gunslinger ring is better because you get swap speed as well. So there's a couple that are just underwhelming effects, but I think reload speed as a stat is still quite valuable. Yeah, this one, Wind Hollow Circling. It's 12%. It's scrappy and remnant. Goated skill. Keep it real with you, the summoner build shredded her health bar surprisingly well, struggling to deal with her because the Reaver takes up so much of my screen. Friendly fire from flame. One shots. Rocket Mutator is 15% reload speed at level 10. Plus some more from one of the perks and rings still felt underwhelming to me. This could be a Borderlands situation where not all reload speed is calculated equally. I have no reason to believe that, but presenting it as a possibility. It's felt good for me, but then again, I've intentionally avoided Hunter Gunslinger all in on damage stuff because it just doesn't seem super interesting to me. So maybe my standards are in a different place. I don't know. Could just be a preferential thing. Like 25 here is good. Outcast ring is good. Reload 5 times, get 25%. That's perfect for, say, Spore Bloom or Widowmaker. Increasing projectile speed with Archer's Crest might actually be spicy here. A lot of damage. Pretty cool. Maybe try a run with this. I could still keep Detonation Trick around for the benefit of the mod, but what could I put on Amulet-wise to help this? Slingers would be good, of course. Level 10 on my Hunter, how do I go about getting second archetype as a sort of progression? No, it's... You've had the option available the entire time. It used to be you needed a certain amount of trait points for the feature to unlock, but they changed that in a patch, so, like, yeah, you just... I guess you just haven't been getting any of the items that give you classes, or haven't been paying attention. When you want one, go talk to Wallace. Put it that way. Go talk to Wallace. And you should have options. If you don't, let me know. This with Energized Net Coil? Yeah. It has a an internal cooldown, and you don't seem to get too much off of the status off of anything except overload. Like the explosions aren't very big unless you're doing it off of overload. Status damage boost is nice though. I really like Toxic Release Valve. Doesn't really synergize with this setup, but it's always just a good thing to have, especially if you're dealing with birds and roly-polies. Maybe I go Lemur Sensor for a mod duration. We can get Boar up to 9.9 seconds. I could even put on a ring for more duration. Like if I... 10.8 seconds. Skill BL2 in a Gearbox published game. Coincidence? I would say so. I don't think I need all that duration because you can get mod power back for it while it's active. So I think I do want damage here. Question is how Gambler works with this, actually. Just curious. Because, like, the whole purpose of Boar is making a weak spot, but it still just makes another hitbox that I can still technically hit. It would just be for non-weak spot damage. Well, it's not seeing anything else. Went through some dialogue. There's nothing but archetypes I've seen. So, have you looked at any of the vendors, and have you seen objects that cost 1,500 scrap? Mudtooth has one, Brabus has one, the Doctor has one. I think Whispers has one. Yes? Buy one. Each of them is associated with a class. You then bring them to Wallace, and you craft them into equipable classes. I need... Do I need the mod gen from follow? Really? Like, Shiny Hoglore is not a large amount of Guardian's Call's mod cost. I don't think that's super valuable. Luon Coil could be good. Maybe I do just stick with Xanias. Oh, you know what? When in doubt, Stone of Balance. simply damage. Class-wise for this, I probably wouldn't do Archon. Yes, I know Hunter Gunslinger exists. I don't wanna. What do you think, Kevin? What do you think? You gonna knock over more recycling over there? At least jump on my pillow and be cute. Oh. It's the boy. It's the boy. Cat. You forget how to stand? What are you doing? This is interrogation. It's just catting on my hand. Okay. Meow. My sanity just feel like rolling off. I kind of want to prove to myself this pet build can do it. Cause like, can do a lot of damage. Or surprisingly, just quite difficult. Minion clutter and VFX. Yeah, I understand the desire to prove it. Yeah, prove its value to yourself. Question is whether I'd want to do Hunter. I could do Hunter and just keep Hunter's mark on. And that would be funny. But I could do Gunslinger with Bulletstorm. That'd be really funny. Hunter gives weak spot damage, though. Do Archon Hunter. Do Hunter's mark. Spec traits. My DPS is still going down after all that time in the menu. It was so much that it's still calculating. Weird. Like, the fact that it's still in the 200s is weird. Cat. Just reminding him to use cat. Gotta make sure they don't forget sometimes, you know? Yes, you are a good boy. I guess this is one of those setups where I can afford to take swiftness. That's pretty cool. Let me hold off on that though. Do I have necklace wise? Yeah, I don't need the duration here. Void Idol would be really good ammo efficiency overall. I am just thinking of doing Toxic Release Valve grabbing Amplitude. What if Butcher's Fetish off of World's Edge? That's an option. One point to sustain. It's like, yeah, just the one. Just one. I just need 1 point. It's just one. Only one. It's all I need. I can stop using that 1 point anytime I want to. Do energy diverter and then run a shield gen ring. I like Nightweaver's Garage, I just don't have a consistent status application method right now. Hyperconductor seems fun here. Not when in doubt. Do that. Skills wise, I think I stick with Reality Rune, Hunter's Focus. I have no idea how this will go. This is a bit of an experiment. Let's test it out. Jester's Bell? I could. Certainly could. Go Yasha. Hello, Mr. Ravager, sir. How's it doing? He's just a little ravagey guy. He's just standing there. He's just chilling. He just wants to go for a walk. Yep. Did thing, now I'm Challenger Hunter. Awesome. You can kill the dog, grab the left heart. I do like that heart quite a bit. Oh no, now I'm gonna drop frames on swapping weapons too. I miss movement speed. I get more of those Mudtooth potions and buy them. If they're not in his inventory, progress the story more. I was hoping the projectile speed would help a little more than it is. Why doesn't just the Raptors kill it? I assume it's some sort of, like, can't. You know, like Terminator, I cannot self-terminate, except it can't. For the dough. That's how I interpreted it. Like, why would it have it trapped there and just not do it itself? Why would it involve an outside party? It had to. It's my only conclusion. I feel like this would be good against Kayla's Shadow. I can just apply the weak spot and then go nuts, hopefully.
I've never seen anything like this before. Yeah, this isn't looking good.
Did just almost run off. Don't know what you mean. You go. Oh, there you go. What's your teleport now? Slow makes some enemies more annoying.
Glad that's over. All right, come and get some.
I like it. This feels pretty fun. Definitely need some more intense areas to really squeeze the value, but Bandit Twisted Arbalest is a real throwback to Bandit Ricochet Rifle. Yeah, I don't need to do anything else in here. Where's Adrenaline? Rare Handler W having move speed to pair with Explorer that doesn't require a skill going on cooldown. The very rare Handler W. Doesn't work on Shahala because the pro gets cancelled. That's fine. Phase 2 Shahala, you just cheese with the, what the fucking name of it? Soulbinder. If you put Soulbinder on the weak spot during the Phase 2 transition, then the boss dies. No, you don't have to like shoot it. It just dies. So you only actually have to do half that fight if you have that mod available. I'd say that's maybe an interesting hardcore strat, but like
What the hell?
Alratha's easier anyway, and is shorter path to get there, so. Just do alt Talratha. Right. I like the build diversity in this game a lot. I like that every time I've been like, hey, I wonder how this setup works, and I've just experimented. I've been able to clear an Apoc adventure, provided I don't get like some sort of crazy boss modifier combination. And the likelihood of a boss modifier combo walling me has gone down after the latest update. So, yeah, this game's just really good for if you enjoy build crafting in general. Hydroglyphs increase enemy density, special spawn rates. Special spawn rates, yes. I don't know about density. I don't think so. Kind of feels the same. Trying to find if they're indirectly more rewarding. Well, Apocalypse is also directly more rewarding. Because you get Simulacrum from boss kills on Apoc. Chasing me? Here you go. You can't clear the difficulty quickly, it ain't more rewarding. That's also true. Yeah, the fact that Toxic Release also has some pretty good stagger values, seemingly. Really nice for just keeping things off you. I'm sticking to vet for now. Stick to the difficulty that's right for you. Yeah, definitely. I did a lot of my item acquisition on vet before I moved up. I basically completely skipped Nightmare. I got comfy on vet and then started playing exclusively Apoc. I've done very little Nightmare. Like 3 adventures total. Set my traits are orange circles on trade 7, use my trade points. I don't know what's happening. So your prime class, the first one you select, that gives you that prime perk that shows in the middle in the archetype screen. That also gives you some free investment into a couple different perks depending on what class it is. So like Archon gets some free points in Mod Gen, for example. But it doesn't allow you to go over the cap of 10 in the trait. So what that means is you'll just have some partially invested perks already, partially invested traits rather.
Damn, is it over?
We're quite comfy on vet and Nightmare, but not Apoc. Yeah, and that's okay. Hey, Coffee, how you doing?
Oh, I like that.
So this is one of the bosses I have high expectations for how this boar strat will work. We'll see. Been lazy, how are you? I'm pretty good. Hey, sometimes lazy weekends are great. Forgot you had that attack. little inconsistent on when it actually lets me do the thing. Blow changed the hitbox. That was a better chunk. I just need to put it somewhere where I can easily and consistently access it. This boss, I make it turn a lot, so maybe not the best. Also, missing is bad. I'm never ready for that attack. Ouch. No excuse there. Okay. Concept works. Just need to be intelligent about where I place Boar, which is fine, actually. More than fine. Keeps it interactive. Raptor versus Doe statue. So in the very first area, Viper. Yeah, follow trade secrets directions. It's stalked by weeping angels now. Actually made this game creepy. Yeah. Such a simple horror trope, but so effective. One tap, I spike will not river, but I killed her first phase, so revive me and let me do second. Huh, weird. I guess take the W. Toxic Release Valve is also good for when you have enough damage to almost kill things. excuses I'm not in the very first area. Okay, what was your starting map, Viper? What was the name of your starting map? Was it Red Throne or was it the other one? You had Ravager, so it should be the other one. You go to that map. The very first one you had access to in that adventure.
Oh, I'm glad that's over.
Corrupted Grove. Yeah. Okay. So in that map, there's a statue on the left side. If you hug the left wall as you progress through the map, as Trade Secret said, there's a statue. It'll be the map with the pan guy. The vendor. Thanks. Oh. Okay, yeah, you gotta progress a little bit. Not in the same room.
Holy hell. We must speak again.
I haven't actually fought Ravager in a while. Maybe we do that. I usually just kill the doe so I can get done with the adventure sooner. Let's start obtained Pog. Fun fact about how that thing calculates relic charges. When it says doubled, it means W. Means doubled. I mean, it is a W. So, like, if you equip the ring that gives you 2 extra charges, then it doubles that. So you can have 24 relic charges. And if you take triage, then even the small heal from Lifeless Heart is still impactful enough. Oh yeah, actually get Blood Moons consistently. So we have some information, that friendly guy, on when they can't spawn.
This isn't looking
So
good.
you need to enter 2 different maps. You need to load 2 different maps. It checks every 6 minutes after you haven't gotten a Blood Moon. When you do get a Blood Moon, it lasts for 20 minutes and then goes on a 1-hour cooldown. It's a base of 5% chance, but if you fail to get one, then it goes up to 10% chance. So still inconsistent as shit. And I've had to spend a lot of stream hours resetting to get Blood Moons, much less Blood Moons on the correct map. I hate it. I hope they change it. Blood Moon farming and everything associated with it is the most painful part of this game. Yeah, Viper, like Honey Bunny said, Summoner, you get, you know, pet buffs for just using your relic. Engineer as well. You can just refill your turret's ammo that way. Like, relic charges is skill uptime for Engineer and Handler in particular. With Gunslinger, you can use them for reloads. On Invader, you can use it to spawn Shadow clones. Six-minute checks? Yeah. So if you're trying to get it on a map and you didn't, 6-minute cooldown before it'll check again. Fucking roly-polies, man. Got enough Blood Moon S for Summoner unlock. Let's go. Some reason crit chance damage while 3 minutes on relic use also affects turret. Why wouldn't it affect turret? Not for some reason, it's because it does that. Did you read it? Using a relic. This one. Using a relic grants minions 5% max HP. Minions is anything. So like that's your summons. That's your other class archetypes. That's the mods that create things that fight for you. If it was supposed to just be for summons, it would say that. If it was supposed to just be for archetype summons, then it would say that too. But it doesn't. Optimal farm be waiting outside a fog with a 6-minute timer. I'd be adjusting your system clock by 6 minutes. Waiting outside a fog wall after having loaded 2 maps in, and then adjust 6 minutes, go into the other map. If you get a Blood Moon in the map you're using to reset the other map, then you would adjust forward by 20 minutes and then forward by an hour before the next reset. Or like to assume, and again, this game is made by Gunfire, they use common sense. Well, there's some things that are consistent terminology. Like, archetype summon is a specific thing. That's summoner pets, that's engineer turrets, that's handler dog. Minions means anything that fights for you. That has its own health bar. Which is why I'm not sure if Fargazer counts as a minion or not. Something I gotta test. 6-minute adjustments if I get Blood Moon, wrong zone, do 20 fog, 1 hour fog. I don't know if you do a fog wall thing between the 20 and the 1 hour, because the duration of a Blood Moon is 20 minutes. So you're like trying to run out the Blood Moon, right? I don't know if you can have Blood Moon active in multiple maps or not. That I don't know. So the idea behind the 20-minute jump is to run out the current Blood Moon, and then the 1 hour is to run out the cooldown on Blood Moon before you then go into the other map. That's the idea. This is based on data mine numbers, but like grain of salt because it still could be incomplete information. Mods that summon stuff are very inconsistent. Unfortunately, played a lot with them, ran into multiple problems. That sucks to hear. I understand why those maybe haven't been adjusted yet, because getting archetype summons in a good spot is more of a priority. But hopefully they do get around to that. Because like the turrets were really good in From the Ashes. I really liked using that mod. I kind of wonder why they don't make a separate mating category. It seems strange to have a difference between skill summons and other types of summons. Well, they have the terminology in place. It's just, it seems like for the mod ones, they're a little inconsistent. Maybe some stuff isn't applying that's supposed to be. And in fairness, those mods do kind of seem like an afterthought compared to the other ones, just so that a type of mod used in the previous game wasn't weirdly absent. That's just a guess. This is Shrewd, right? Or is this Mother Mind? Never tell the entrances apart. No, this is Mother. Okay. That should be fine, actually. guess that happened. No death perception moment. And you have party? Ugh. Guess it doesn't work well in this particular boss, huh? Yikes. Yeah. Or strat no worky here. Try it again though. Sample size of 1. Good to determine that. Oh, I can hit you twice if you're on the back wall. Noted. Big Lucas. Yeah, this fight's it's weird. It's not a hard one. It's just a weird one. Some things that I wish worked on her just kind of don't. Gonna have to change weapons to do this in any reasonable amount of time, but well. Yeah, like the hitbox just kind of doesn't. A nightmare. I'm on Apocalypse. PP with the Rupture Cannon, I don't know. Chrono stats, yes. It gives you negative resists to everything except fire and blight, but it gives you very big fire and blight resist. No. Take 50 fucking years, but... Yes, I'm awake. I am at work. Yeah, this is definitely not an ideal combination of weapons for this, but this kind of shows that even when something isn't suited to a situation, often, if you're doing everything correctly, you can just get by anyway. Value of Medic's trade. Healing thickness, 50% Viper. 50%. It's very powerful. I take it on every build. And I actually mean every build. Toxic puddle. Hey Felicia, how you doing? Early, forgot that one's current timing. Let's stop that. No. Let me change out my secondary. I mean, I should change out my primary, being honest. You know, I can do that pretty low swap, right? Because I put on that, put on detonation trigger, and I put on that. Would this be fine? I mean, that point I may as well put on. Let's do. No, I shouldn't, because I do not have You'd be fine. A fast revolver. Why? Six shots, fast mod gauge with Fair and Ring. I'm not running Fair and Ring, and I don't really need mod gen right now. Oh, you can do that. Okay. Didn't know you could do that. Learned something by accident. Skill issue. Yeah, okay. Yeah, let me just use actual setup. I wanted to avoid respecking, but I'll spec back. This is one of those fights, you know? Here... Guess I don't need the mod duration there. Damage. What did I have there before? Probably doesn't matter. Okay. No, whatever, doesn't matter. Alpha Mega needs a buff, honestly. I don't agree. What makes you think it needs a buff? It's really good for mobbing. Just don't shoot the gun. It's only pretending to be a gun. It's a mod with no gun slot. Fortify, Kingship, Regrowth, Triage. Amplitude. Half spark spin, 1 siphoner. It's bigger. You. That. There. Reload speed buff, but even then, meh. It's like 2.5 seconds too, something like that. It just seems off, I guess. It as a gun is very awkward to shoot. There's a lot of guns like that. But that's why I just haven't been using it as a gun. What do I normally take here for those 10? Let's go. Do this. Ugh. Allergies. Ugh. So much cat dander getting blown into my face from that fan. Compared to other weapons that are used, even are used by you, by people you've spoken to. Honestly, thank you. Tank back to the barrier. Nice. Because, like, if we're going by are used and are talked up by the community at large, then those same people would have you believe that the Spore Bloom needs a buff, which is like... I don't know about that one, Chief. Those same people would also have you believe that Enigma died after its first nerf, when it's still alive and well after its third nerf. Got greedy on that last big bang, but oh well.
That was rough.
More accurately, Alpha Omega is like a 3-second reload gun, which does feel slow. Does DPS pretty good considering the mod effect against fire and damage as it fires. The thing is, like, I think it's a valid conversation to have firing Alpha Omega as a gun. You're jumping through more hoops, you're probably investing charge speed and maybe a ring and mutator slot to get that initial burst not feeling sluggish. You're investing more and then getting less out of it than like similar stuff. Like let's say you're shooting, I don't know, the LMG. You occasionally stop shooting so it doesn't overheat, and very rarely you reload. But like less effort, less investment, more value for same kind of role. I think there's a conversation to be had around that. And since I think it's worth mentioning that reload speed was mentioned, and CZ mentioned earlier, reload speed bonuses didn't feel great for certain things. I think maybe that's not a coincidence that both of those topics came up within like an hour of each other. There's some weapons that are very efficient in terms of your uptime and reward for effort put in, and there's some that are less so. Wouldn't say it stops them from being viable. I wouldn't say it always means a buff is necessary, because some of those weapons have other things going on.
Shit.
Like, for example, Enigma's got intentionally horrible reload speed, because it has to have a downside. Nebula's range is pretty shit, but if Nebula had, say, Enigma range, then we'd have 2 Enigmas. Alpha Omega's reload speed being kind of trash makes sense, because they seem to just want you to use it for the mod. I was wondering if that would happen, which is pretty good. Ow. Ow. Oh yeah, I was gonna respec back. That's fine. Do more of this. Like, using it like that, downright sluggish. I have no charge speed investment. Feels like a butt. I get that. I just don't think that buffing everything is going to lead anywhere healthy. Unless Handler. Buff Handler. Give Handler more reload speed. Game fix. I don't need to open the one way.
Alright, let's do this.
Yeah, once that's ramped, it's fine. Ramping takes a while. You have a battery question? Does it stack up until you hit a weak point? 5 body shots from a weak point? That's my assumption. I haven't actually used that one yet. I did have an idea for, minions in general. It would be really nice if they got your elemental resist. They just matched your resist. You have another way to invest to make them stronger. Also, it would make you stop murdering them with your dots. Because my poor summoned fire, it's 2 of my fire dots on it. Oh, it's dead. it died while I was looking away from its health bar for a second to point out that it was taking damage. Taking 1 damage now. Imagine if you could get it, like, immune. The upfront damage is still too much, honestly. What is your total health bar? See that anywhere? I forgot. Summoner gets movement speed, too. Wow, Handler has no else. No W's, rather. Yeah, sacrificing, you get more move speed than Handler gets. Amazing. I guess it's not too hard to test exactly how much HP summons have on Apoc. Look at the damage numbers you get. Let's reset on weak point. Yeah, that means you wouldn't be able to use it with something like Deceit. Means it's probably pretty bad on shotguns. I guess it's good in situations where you're using, like, I don't know, a huntsman, and you don't have weak spot access until you do. But meh. Is that the other simulacrum spawn? Oh, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, cool. Grab that solution. As long as Discord doesn't crash OBS. Probably go Reaver here, but nah.
This looks important.
Level 10 Deadly Comp seems good for just 10% crits and range damage, otherwise I like the ammo ones. Twisted Wounds is really good. Bleed application and damage to bleeding enemies. I'm a really big fan of that one. Remember, bleed is a status effect that does damage, but it also dampens healing. So if you're against, say, a regenerator or empathy boss, it's going to heal less as long as you keep a bleed on it. And once again, that's on top of it just doing damage. Then you get the range damage versus bleeding targets. Twisted Wound's really good. Want to acquire? Let me look at the spreadsheet. Twisting Wounds is Crime Crawler. Is in Butcher's Quarter or Cotton's Kiln. Oh, Low Sum Adventure. It's you do a little bit of platforming to like this sort of underground area, and you fight in a very enclosed space. Oh, look at this. This is Tranquil Heart, the passive healing one. What did I have with mod duration? That's gonna bother me. I'm not supposed to have that here. I have my healing effectiveness on. I guess it was elemental damage. Heavy breathing in all caps. Yes.
Do you think you're here on the river? Do it, come.
Yo, don't hit me while I have no frames, Ravager. That's toxic. I didn't hit you during your conversation. Right. Going though during combat. Ravager has 4 different rewards. One for healing the doe, one for one for killing the doe, one for the Ravager eating the doe mid-fight, and one if both the Ravager and the doe die during the fight. I'm just doing it to get the doe out of the way, because otherwise the Ravager will eat it mid-fight and power up. That's why I'm squishy. Oh, punished. I was like, why is that doing more of my health than I'm used to? I didn't have my concoction. I didn't respect the Ravager enough to not pop it during the fight. Got a nap, sounds good, Axel. You have a good one. Well-timed bubble. I thought you were doing that. He was not doing that. Mr. Blunt. Secondary mod name. I'm using Starshot with its built-in mod Big Bang. Yeah, Hardy makes that more interesting. alive to do his combos longer. Yeah, these are the amulets that you can use for Misty Step. I didn't bother to look at the book when I was explaining that when I was getting it. But yeah, there you go. These 6. Sun, Moon, Life, Death, Doe, Ravager. Lore. I guess doing Ravager Yesha is pretty good for overall relic dust, because you get those 3 chests in there after the boss. And like you could just kill the doe and not have to fight. I'm pretty sure those chests are still there. Are they still there? I don't know. I'm trying to figure out how to get like good relic dust early game. Good route for that. I'll have to give it some thonking. How's the game? Game's been good. There for me when I killed the doe? Cool. Yeah, so no boss fight and then more reward than a boss fight. Can the doe survive the fight? I don't believe so, Viper. If you don't kill it, the Ravager does. Now, I don't know if it's possible to kill the Ravager before he tries to eat the doe. Maybe if you have enough damage. Maybe. I don't know. I'm pretty sure it's a scripted thing where it just goes nom once he gets to half.
Great. Aye.
Need one more fragment.
Farewell.
Hey, Oliver. You can also... I'm assuming you can kill the Ravager in the doe. Yeah, that's what I did. On this one.
Hey. I'll be here.
Cass's inventory has not updated for me in a really long time. I'm kind of starting to get annoyed, because I still don't have a couple of those rings.
Greeting. Only the... Let's talk again soon.
What would happen if I switched to campaign real quick? Almost clicked reroll. That would have been annoying. Sidetrack, since said earlier you want Gunslinger tone down a little. I feel the same for Hunter. Personally, it's hard for me to not want to use it. For chance, weak spot damage, reload speed, ammo seems nuts to give up. They're very similar classes, but I feel like Hunter, at the very least, and this is going to seem counterintuitive, Hunter buffs things other than gun, so it's less in need of a nerf. I know that's wild, but you can use Hunter to boost things other than gun, whereas you can't with Gunslinger. So Hunter could result in more mechanically diverse builds than Gunslinger, whereas Gunslinger sucks at anything that isn't gun. Like, even its own skill, it has nothing that boosts its own damage dealing skill. Because it's not a gun.
Stop by anytime. You know where to find me.
Yeah, I was working on crossbow. I also want to work on plasma cutter, pulse rifle. I eventually want to have all the guns back. Or all the weapons, rather. Slowly but surely. I talked about the bone saw enough today that I think I'm going to upgrade that real quick. Almost out of galvanized iron. I guess I should buy some from Cass. Slinger's a Zane, Hunter's a Fla. Something like that.
Well, heck.
Definitely don't need more hardened iron. I guess more forged. Do I need more regular iron? I may as well.
Your debt's still at 2 now. Remember that.
Leash it isn't. I eventually want to have access to everything and it all fully upgraded. Except for Shieldbreaker. I'm keeping the Shieldbreaker mutator at +9 forever. Because putting it to +10 turns off builds. Out of galvanized iron. Sad.
Take care, my friend.
Any tips for Apoc? Me and my friend tried it, just got stuck immediately on Bloat King, not even getting half health. You might have gotten some mutators, or not mutators, modifiers. Modifiers can make or break certain bosses on Apoc depending on what your build is. Like, for example, on my Apoc playthrough, Venom had elemental resist, and at the time I was doing dot stuff. So it was just really bad. I had to completely approach with a different build. It was a whole thing. So that's factor number 1. Factor number 2 is Bloat King just kind of sucks as a fight. It's not difficult, but like very annoying. Just annoying. So you guys having trouble with that or not alone. How the dot stuff go in the end besides early resist? Very good. Very good. Doing dots via rounds is a viable strat, and it's good mod gen. So dots to sustain mods in the other slot. Worked out nicely. But other tips for Apoc, I would say that as long as you mechanically are good at dealing with bosses on, like, Veteran or Nightmare, use the same strats, provided those strats aren't face tanking all the damage. You're gonna need to try harder for that one. But use the same strats you already know and are comfortable with, because the only real thing Apoc changes is an additional boss modifier, and you simply have to do what you already know how to do for longer. Like, it's patience. Very few of the boss fights have pressure mechanics that make you want to rush against them. It's not a race. Just take your time. I'd recommend, if in your class combination, if you have any cheat death effects, get as many of those as possible so that you can give yourself time to learn fights. I'd say always have Black Hat Band on no matter what. But if you're struggling with learning how to survive a particular attack pattern, give yourself as much time to see it in action and practice those dodges and counters and whatnot. Don't worry too much about killing it if you're just trying to learn it. That comes later. Just take your time. Apoc's not bad. I did 90% of the playthrough in a day. I got walled on Venom and had to change my build, but then I came back and got it. It's super simple. As long as you are respecting the core mechanics of the bosses. Understand which attacks you are not meant to be able to tank, such as Annihilation's Red Shockwave. You can't tank that, don't even try. Dodge it. Feyrin and Feylin's Ground Slam in their 3rd phase. Can't tank that. The tongue attacks of the Magister. And the claw attacks from Mothermind are... Just know which things to dodge, and then take your time delivering your damage, and you're good. Just do stuff you're comfy with. Shieldbreaker generating bandits to be some of the best healing to investment in the game. Yeah, for sure, Gar. Shieldbreaker is really, really valuable because it's shield gen you can scale off of multiple other stats. So, like, you can get the shield gen relic fragment, but it also directly scales up with attack speed. So, for example, yesterday I memed on Red Prince with Knuckles, because Knuckles attacks so fast that I was just tanking him with shield, with no other shield investment other than +9 Shieldbreaker, and he wasn't able to kill me because I had enough DR that by the time he got through my shields, I was just getting another stack back, and any over damage he did past that, I just healed that. I think shields are something people are sleeping on. people who still think you can't tank on Apoc post DR changes, first wave of DR changes, not the second that made it easier to tank, they aren't combining mitigation methods. Like, you need the DR, but you also need shields, you need healing, and you need to know that some attacks are not tankable. You can still very much tank on Apoc. Yeah, enough talky. I'm gonna call it here. Been live for 6.5 hours. Tomorrow's my scheduled day off. I do not stream on Sundays. But I will be back on Monday. Most likely more Remnant 2. I'm very addicted to the game, and having multiple games to bounce between has stalled burnout. Like, I do a tiny bit of this off stream, but I've mostly been playing Baldur's Gate 3 off stream. Maybe another month of Remnant stuff before I start rotating other things back in. We'll see. We'll see what happens. But let me see who's live. Can bring the love over there. Thank you everyone for hanging out. Been meeting a lot of new people since I've just replaced my personality with Remnant. So all you new people, it's good to have you here. I appreciate you choosing to watch me out of anyone else you could be watching. Does mean a lot to me. Let's see, who's doing the thing? Let's see, Bad Karma's doing the Hunt, which is annual charity event the Borderlands community runs, benefiting St. Jude Children's Research Hospital, trying to get every item in the game. It's a race, but it's a charity event, so you can support Bad Karma. He's good people. You can tank Annihilation AoE with enough effective HP, by the way, on Apoc. Awesome. So yeah, you definitely can tank. As Gar mentioned, even attacks that I, as someone who successfully tanks stuff on Apoc, didn't think you could tank, you can go a step beyond. So there's always more investment. You can do it. Placing personality with Remnant. I did. Yeah. Support Bad Karma as he raises money for the kids, and y'all are great. I'll see you on Monday. Have a good one. Bye-bye.